Well, hello everyone. How are you doing? I hope your Saturday is going well. I have been, I woke up like something like 3 in the morning or something, and then had this urge to clean. I mean, is that not just wacky or what? But so I did a little bit cleaning and then went back to sleep. But did some cleaning just in the middle of the night because, well, that's what I felt like doing. So I do want to welcome those of you who are here and in the chat and somebody who just joined. And I'm so sorry, I'm not going to be able to pronounce your name, but you did put a bunch of hearts. I wish I knew how to say your name, but I'm so sorry. I don't. And I apologize for that. Jelly Snack, thank you very much for the pink hand waving. Nice to see you, sweetheart. Hello, Sam. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, Wes, how are you doing, my dear? I hope you are having a good day. And Queen, how are you? Nice to see you here. And I'm very glad you are here. And Mark, nice to see you as well. I didn't know that non-massive has a dark side. Hey, Hershey boy, how are you, my dear? Hope you are doing well. And I hope that your pain level isn't, terrible or anything. I just actually took one of my Belbuca films because I am uncomfortable. I did not listen to any of the Africa webinar. I've been actually watching on and off again the spinoff from The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon, because I do love me some Norman Reedus. What can I say? I think he's just precious. Next level, how are you doing, sweetheart? Hope you are doing well. And hello, Insolent Violet. Nice to see you as well. And John, thanks for joining. And Beth, I'm glad to know that you're looking forward to this. Yeah, I just, I was looking through. Oh, Jacelyn, how are you? I hope I got everyone. And if I didn't, I apologize in advance. Did my best. But the other day, several weeks ago, I ran across the title of this book, which is Robbing You with a Keyboard Instead of a Gun. And I'm like, it's like cybercrime and how they do it by Lynn Edgington. And then I saw this person where he posted somewhere also. And I'm probably going to end up contacting him because the only thing that bothered me is that he used that phrase, legitimate MLM. And if you've been around me for a while, I think you kind of know how I feel about that. And especially now that there is the new FTC guidance, which I did read to everyone, which kind of a good idea for companies to follow that. And, you get in less trouble if you actually follow that. And so it's like kind of clearing the record and saying what is meant by many things, because there's been misinterpretations of, I guess, the Amway ruling and some of the terms within that. Oh gosh, we're telepathically connected. How so? How so? Do tell, do tell. I want to know, Beth. I want to know. Okay. It's okay. What's upload? The African shenanigans. Okay, so there's shenanigans of the African webinar. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. Okay, so I did want to go over again something that I shared with people who were here last night, and that was what I found because I got a notification about the Onpassive website, and I found that interesting. And then also something about OTRIM. And then I also just pulled up a traffic web, kind of like checker outer in terms of like traffic going through and stuff. Your stream on Tuesday will be about coercive control and the life cycle of a cult. Oh, I feel it'll go nicely with your stream here. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because I was thinking, you know what, I need to kind of bring that in as well. And I was just commenting to some, because, my content on the Shanann Watts and Chris Watts case, I swear it gets like, comments like daily on stuff. And I was talking to them, to the person. I was responding to them and mentioning about undue influence and the bite model and all of that, and how she really represents very much like a case study and a teachable moment. I mean, it's tragic what happened, but she is very representative of, a Hun. And that's really why I did that series. I didn't do it because I was thinking, I'm going to just blow up with this series. I really was doing, because I saw that was a piece that was missing. Nobody was adding to the conversation about the impact of MLM on the individual, on the family, friends, all of that. And she'd been involved within them since her 20s. So I really thought that was important to talk about. So I did. And I made 5, 6, 7 different videos about things. And I think you and I actually streamed about it too, if memory serves. I mean, Lord knows I can't remember everything, but I do think that we did something together around that time. I think it was about how children being used as props, because she often had her kids, in the videos and stuff. I think that we did something about that. Anywho, but also something was sent to, we did. Yeah, I thought so. Something that was sent to both of us, Beth, that I'm going to share today is some of the reviews on Glassdoor. And I know, I think I shared this a while back. I don't remember how long ago, but I am going to show it again because I think it is important. And these are, some reviews from people who I guess had worked at Onpassive. At least that's what I'm reading into what they say in terms of their review. So I'll be sharing that with you. And then reading some excerpts from Ponzinomics and from the other book that I told you about, which I am going to drop in here because I did add books to my little Amazon shop. And the books that I will be covering today are in here. There's also books that I have, like instructional design stuff I've gotten, as well as stuff to help, the boys when they were first with us and everything. So there's all that kind of stuff too. So there's a mixture of stuff. And I don't know if I've even covered all of the books that I have. I think there's some stuff that I may have left out. I honestly don't remember, because I know I have some Kindle books too, or not Kindle. I have audio books. And I don't think I included the audio books because I have a ton of those as well. So Mordecai says, I saw yesterday's malware report of OTRIM. I doubt Onpassive is aware of that, as most of it is rooted in third-party library they cloned blindly. Oh yeah. I'm just going to say, I think they're blind to a lot of things is just my guess. That's how it comes across to me. And I think one of the things that does really bother me is when you're told to only listen to one source, like don't listen to anybody else, only listen to this, don't do your own due diligence, your own research. I think that's highly problematic, and that should be an enormous red flag for anyone in anything. And that's something that I often have said in my recorded videos is do your own research. Go out there and, look at things from all angles. And I encourage people to do that now and see what is out there. Don't stay within your own little bubble. See what else is out there. I mean, and that's why I have some different alerts set up, because I want to see what things are coming out. And it's really funny because some of the things that I get notified for with some of the terms that I have as my Google alerts, I'm like, well, that's funny. That is totally not related to what I'm looking for, but interesting. And I just kind of move on. Yep. Controlling the narrative is hard to do. They really are, tightening the reins on that. And it's just, it's painful to see how tight they're trying to control it. And that to me is very concerning, very, very concerning. And yeah, I agree with you, Jelly Snack, that like Julie and Chris, that seemed happier back then. But, now we're going on year 6 of this bullshit. you know. Oh, Mark, you've been cleaning your patio for 2 days, so not watch the dynamic trio, I'll say. Did you miss anything? Not really, not really. But you're right now needing a beer. Oh yeah, you need a nice cold beer. I could really go for one of those, but I don't have any of the beer here that I like, which I like Blue Moon. And I think my husband has some beer here, but it's not the kind that I like. So, I'm not going to drink it. Yeah, I agree with you, Gogo. It is astounding that it hasn't collapsed. Hey, Monhan, how are you doing, sweetheart? Nice for you to join us. Oh, I'm your perfect weekend breakfast companion. Yay. I'm glad to hear that. You have a cold Pepsi and some cookies. What kind of cookies? Because I got some groceries delivered yesterday. I'm going, man, I didn't get some chips, but I did get some coffee ice cream. So I'm excited about the coffee ice cream. I also have some Astros ice cream that's only available during baseball season, and it's really good, except for there's something kind of thrown off in me because I can't really eat anything that's terribly sweet because it just gets too much for me, just too much. All right, let me first go ahead and share with you guys the where am I trying to go here? I guess I want to go to the entire screen of here, but I want to start with that. Okay. And maybe I'll make that bigger for you guys so it's not so weensy. Oh, you probably need it bigger than that. So we'll make it larger. Does that help? I don't know how well you can see it. And maybe I can change, because I have like all the trash cans and trash and everything, that little overlay, and I'll put the fire back on. You guys seem to like the fire. So there we go. All right. So thank you very much to the person who sent this to myself. And Beth, I think you were sent this as well. I know you were. So I just popped everything onto a Google Doc. And so these are reviews from Glassdoor. Sorry, had to get a sip of something to wet my whistle. All right. So we had 3 stars. Good place to learn, database developer. And all they have to say is good place preferred for great learning. Cons, no long run as there will be circumstances. Well, I wonder what kind of circumstances. That kind of sounds, not good. Did I go too far? Okay, no. Okay, some of these are like grouped together, so I just have to like scroll on down to wherever it is. So it looks like this is titled Fraud Company from a Software Engineer. It looks like they don't recommend and they don't think that it has good business outlook. And this is in hybrid ad. I think the other one was too, was it? Let me go back up and see. Yeah, they're in hybrid ad. And they were a current employee at the time of this when they was written. And I don't have there's not dates on it. Oh, like this says May 20th of this year. So I guess they're a current employee. So that's interesting. And I'm glad they don't leave their names because I'm sure, they would be fired immediately. And I'm sure people would be called into question. They dare to say anything negative about Onpassive, even though it's their opinions from their own personal experiences, which people are allowed to have opinions and share their personal experiences. And let me move myself off screen too. Okay. Is that better? Does that work for you guys? I've got my Duranian and coconut Boba smoothie. I do not know what a durian. I don't know what that is. That sounds like some sort of fruit alongside some honey lemon coffee. Well, that sounds yummy. That sounds really yummy. I would like some of that. I'd like to try it. You think I would like it, Monhun? Salami! Good to see you get a pink hand waiting from the French countryside. Yay! And you guys are doing some neat things. I saw something about Dunkaroos. I don't know what the heck a Dunkaroo is, but that sounds great. Mordecai says, last time I scanned the Glassdoor site about Onpassive, it seems the hybrid office is like turning doors, flow of leaving versus line of newcomers, a development hell. Wow. Wow. Okay, so they say no pros at all. This is a big fraud and didn't even paid salaries from last 4 months. Company is fraud. HR asks for money if you leave. What in the actual is that all about? They don't even pay salaries for 4 to 5 months and just say this month's salary will be done. Advice to management, shut off the company, stop the frauds. Wow. Wow. That is damn. I mean, I've been played. I'm having a problem here. Okay. I was there. Into that one. Okay. Now I'm down there. Okay. Wow. I mean, I've been somewhere I've had to put in a stop work order because, didn't get paid and it was contract work, but that's a little bit different than being a full-time employee and not being paid for months, because I was immediately paid as soon as I put in a stop work order. I'm like, yep, not doing another thing until you pay me. So good place to learn for freshers. I'm guessing that's for beginners. Then they recommend, but they don't like the business outlook. Nobody's approving of the CEO. I'm finding that interesting. Okay, durian is a fruit you either love or hate. It's the smelliest fruit that many people describe as smell. Ooh, 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 but it tastes so good, creamy and sweet. Oh, I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could do that, but thank you so much for educating me. I appreciate that. And cons, no hikes, no work from in difficult situation, less support from HR team. That doesn't seem good. That doesn't seem good at all. Okay, this is from May 3rd of this year. Good environment and facility. So they like that. Environment to learn more in work. Cons, salary were not paid in time. I mean, that's just horrible. If you're on salary and you're not being paid when you should be paid. I mean, didn't they have money? And I mean, he did collect, after all, at least $108 million. Dang it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm using the keypad and then these things are on different. I should have put these on, plopped them on a slide instead, but I didn't. So we'll just deal with it. Worst company doesn't recommend. Again, nothing said about the SEO business outlook. No pros to say about Onpassive. Cons, lots cons to say about Onpassive. No salaries, no proper HR communication, no hikes. I don't know what that means, no hikes. Does anybody know what that means, no hikes? Follow MLM business, treats like slaves. That I can believe. I can absolutely believe that. No way to be promoted. Okay. Thank you. Okay. And not worth it. Lots of opportunity to scale big, not employee friendly. Wow. Okay. And Monhun also concurs with like no promotions and also no raises. Yeah. Okay. That's kind of what I thought that it meant, but I just wanted to make sure that like my brain was in the same place as where other people's was as well. You know. Oh, and also like organized trips. Okay, yeah, I can see that too. Like, just doing anything for, I guess, really for morale in some sense. I mean, I know my manager, my direct manager, we have played like Jackbox games for like an hour or so, like on Fridays, and like some other kind of games too. What was it? The one that was the little like spaceship alien thing, and you had to like figure out who was the person that was like killing off the other little aliens or something. I forget what it was called. I had never played it before until that, but it was fun. It was fun to play with my colleagues, in that way. All right, so there is that. And then here we're back to this. So there are some of you that were not here, I think, last night. So this is something that I also found. This is from Grindsoft, and I'll put this link in the chat so you guys can see it. There you go. Onpassive.com has gained a reputation for being untrustworthy due to a combination of factors. The website may host content that raises questions about its reliability, employees' deceptive practices, or has been flagged for the presence of malware. You are advised to exercise caution and be vigilant in their interactions, as the overall trustworthiness of Onpassive.com is a matter of concern. It is recommended to thoroughly evaluate the content and take necessary precautions to ensure a secure online experience when engaging with this site. So that's not good. Kind of, sullies one's reputation, I would think, So it goes on to say that it's a suspicious website, and I think it's trustworthy. Yeah, trust score is 1%. And it just goes on to give a bit more of information, and it does let us know that it's being hosted by AWS. So I'm guessing they still do not have their own, like, what the heck is that called again? Where all the servers are? Shit, I can't think. You guys are going to tell me what it's called, because I can't think right now what that is called. But they were saying they're going to build there's going to be one that was mobile. Somebody tell me what the hell that is called again, because I can't think of it. But they forgot to factor in the weekly redesigns, which we all know makes them 377 more trustworthy. Data center, thank you, Monhun. That would just escape me. See, this is why I need you guys here, is to like help me remember stuff. I appreciate it. And Mordecai, thank you too for telling me, because it's like sometimes like those words just escape me. And I know I can count on you. So it just goes on into, like some other information about that. But I did pop it in there for you. So if you want to go look at it, there you go. And just, and it has the who's its record, all of that. And then I wanted to also share with you the stuff about, I believe this should be about trim. I thought that's what I had up here. I know I had it yesterday. Did I lose that link? Hang on, let me go look for it over here. I'm pretty sure that I had something. Oh gosh, I saw something earlier today about that's still not doing it, except terms of use. I could have sworn that it was about trim, but trim was found to be malicious, and it's not showing up here right now, but it did yesterday, so I'm not sure what's up with that. Or is this it and I'm just not seeing it? Yes, it's okay. It's trim that I'm showing. Okay. All right, I'm making sure that I'm showing the right thing. Goodness. I think it's up here in the domain that it's up here that tells me. Yeah, that's it. That's what tells me. Okay. I'm just losing my mind. Hey, and some days that's not a long trip, you know? So let me go ahead and get this site and I'll pop it over in here too for you guys. Okay. And so then you can just see malicious, phishing, malicious phishing. So I felt that was very interesting. I mean, it's never a good idea, with this stuff going on. It's not going to make a company look good. It certainly isn't going to, win your friends and get you to be trustful within the tech world, or for companies to look at you and think, rock on, yeah, sign me up with this. It's kind of going to deter people, is what I believe. And if you guys can give any insight into that as to other factors about it, let me know. I'd love to hear your opinions. And then I also pulled up a website that kind of analyzes the traffic. And it does show that the traffic is down. And a lot of social media traffic, it looks like. Most from India. It does show us the start from 2018. And it is showing us like the monthly visits. And as you can see, since February, it has decreased. Which that graph does show decrease, even though I believe they're claiming like, oh, we get so much traffic every single day. I mean, that's typically what they've said, I believe. Sherry talks about how secure it is. Well, from these things, it sure doesn't look like there is security. Is there anything there is a website that I can use to check security? Does anybody know of a website that I can do that? If you do, please let me know, and I'll be glad to like pop that up over here too. And I found this interesting, the bounce rate. It's like extremely high. Visitors who are accessing the site leave without interacting with the page in any way. Over 50%. If only there was an app that would let you track traffic to a website. Is there one? Isn't there one? Isn't there one? Huh. There's a well-known unscrupulous community responsible for spreading malware that includes OTrim in their recommended URL shorteners because they allow any link without automated checks. Oh, goodness. Geez. That sounds really dangerous. Number of pages visited per visit, 4.5. Time spent on the website, not even 3 minutes. I mean, and honestly, how much information, I tried to look at SimilarWeb and it was wanting me to like sign up on all kinds of things. I'm like, I don't want to pay for anything. So I didn't use SimilarWeb. So if anybody has an account with SimilarWeb and can send me a link to that, like in my email, please do. Or if you can, pop it on here in some way, because I can go to the actual YouTube, because I'm looking at this through StreamYard, but I can pull it up on YouTube over here. And if you have something, I'm glad to share that. And so I will just look over there and I will see if you are like, yeah, I've got something, and I'll go look at it. And so, yeah, it does look like the traffic is from founders, So they're all excited about their own visits. That's what it seems like to me. Search from general traffic from a search engine, 14%. General traffic coming from users who enter directly to the website, 67%. From social media, 4%. Paid referrals, nothing. Mail from email, 1%. Referrals, general traffic coming from external websites, 14%. So as you can see, direct, is like over the top there. So the traffic is founders going where? Well, they're going nowhere. Then it has the gender distribution, which there are more men than women, which I found that interesting, but I'm not surprised by that. And, it's interesting is because so much of the time, at least in the US, there's always that they always rally around how women are targeted. And I always have found it very interesting is when you step outside of the US, as I have looked at many MLMs outside of the US, and it seems like more men are drawn into them. Like when I looked at OneCoin and QNet, Zephyr, unless we get into some of the anagic ones, like with the breakaway movement, freedom era, and that kind of stuff. But then, if the ACE initiative, which that's US based, that's anagic also. I haven't really looked at their demographics, so I can't really say, but I have looked at others because, there's also an MLM. I can't remember the name of it, but I covered it, that does like for funerals, and it's in Africa, targets men, or at least I found a lot of men in it. And there was another one that is like for feminine hygiene products. I mean, literally, there's an MLM for every damn thing. And it's just like a little bit alarming. And then it gives the age distribution, which I find really interesting because, in my opinion, what we seem to really see is this distribution, age 55 plus. I would say probably 50 and above is what we tend to see, maybe even 40 and above. But with here, we are seeing that there are some, 18 to 30 and 35, 18 to 34, and then 35. So we are seeing some younger numbers there. I'd really love to be able to break that down more and see what that spread is, and also what the demographics is in that in terms of men and women. Hello, Ella Poppy. How are you doing? And so it has the global rank here, the country rank in India, and the category rank as 76. So I do not understand what this global rank, country rank, and category rank actually are referring to. Hey, Takara, how are you? Yeah, you'd like to see country versus gender versus age. Yeah, I think that would be really interesting. Now, I don't know, like, do I have that on, let me see. I just had something sent to me. Hang on just a second. Okay. And this is Hyperstat. Okay. Thank you so much for sending this. I appreciate it so very much. Okay. What is a traffic rank for Onpassive? Okay. Ranks at 109,666 globally on Hypestat. Now, I've looked at Hypestat before too. I forgot about that one. I mean, I don't actually always remember all these places where I have found stuff. I should actually like group them all together, but I never do. I never seem to do that. I always just refine stuff for some reason. Okay. And what percent of the global internet users visit Onpassive? Well, it doesn't really seem like very much of the internet is looking at it. And I'm trying to see, I think there is something down here further. I think there's, yeah. So here we have the daily visitors, the monthly, the page, again, the bounce rate, and the bounce rate here is basically 60%. So very much like what I was showing you with the other site as well. Are these people who just browse or actually joined OP? I have no idea. This is the one Red called out last year and claimed they had like 150 million visits a day. What? A day? How in the hell did he get that? Not realizing he was looking at Microsoft's live.com. Oh, good Lord, that he wasn't even looking at his own stuff. So he was looking at Microsoft Live and not even Onpassive. Well, that is pathetic. So he's getting all excited over that, and it's like not the right site. Lovely. So yeah, there we have the page views, like average duration again. I mean, it's just not really getting out there. And again, it's going with the direct being very high. A little bit on social search, a tiny bit. And what I find interesting, because this was also in the other one that I looked at, is that most everyone who is looking at onpassive.com uses a mobile device. And those are the ones who have had a lot of problem with any of the OConnect stuff. And I don't think that Mr. Man ever took that into consideration. And then all of a sudden it became an issue. And so now we see by country, United States is used most often, followed by India, Slovenia, Portugal, and Switzerland. Yeah, and the mobile versions suck even more. Yeah. Where do visitors go? Well, this will tell us where they go. Okay. To the ecosystem, which I figured that they will go to onpassive.com first instead of just going to ecosystem, because you can go to ecosystem first with bypassing onpassive.com. They go to onpassive.com. They go to careers.onpassive.com, which that's interesting because it seems like those positions never really change. Right? Slovenia, isn't that odd? And then the Onpassive, I guess that's link 46 that they're going to. Or, what is Onpassive 46, Dang, Dawn, 37% from February and 1.3 million monthly visits would be less than one visit per founder per month, but they're viral. I think I did hear last night someone saying that they're going to be going viral. So they're walking that back again. Because there for a while, they were talking about how they're viral, even though we kept saying nobody has ever heard of you. Nobody knows what you're doing. They're not mentioned anywhere. But yeah, go you. And I mean, and this is the kind of data that we're talking about. We can find stuff and be able to say with evidence, no, you're not, because we're looking at data and the data shows otherwise. You can, sit there and be a mouthpiece all you want and say about how much traffic there is. But when you go to sites that, collect that data and look at it, it tells a different story, which I think is, again, interesting. And it says Onpassive has a total of 131,300 backlinks from 3,438 referring domains, and most of them come from the United States. So that sounds to me like there are 3,438 founders within the US Am I reading that correctly or am I wrong? Because I'm not exactly sure what a backlink is. That's not my terminology. So any of you who knows what that is, please educate me and tell me what that is. So I don't know the difference between the backlink, follow link, no follow link, referring domains. This is like not language I speak as an instructional designer. Ash doesn't want to go viral. The corrupt companies would just steal his intellectual property rights. He's protecting the founders. Thanks, Mark. I'm sure that's all it is. That means affiliate link, I believe. Backlinks are the number of links on other sites back to. Okay, that's what I was thinking it was, Monhun. That's what I was thinking, like something like that. But I just, I like to be confirmed. I don't want to say something that is misleading, since tech is not my domain. Instructional design is. I can tell you all day, every day what's fucked up about somebody's training and job aids and all that shit. But this kind of language, not so much. I can surmise a lot of things, but I really appreciate those who have that expertise can actually say, this is what it means. I appreciate that. Because I'm not one of those people who knows everything. Right? You can talk about cults and manipulation tactics, but not that much. Yeah, I can talk about, cults and manipulation as well. And, especially with what we're seeing with Onpassive, and also because with the demographic that we tend to see that's on panel all the time, I have come to believe that there is elder abuse and elder fraud that has occurred. That is my opinion. I don't know if anyone else has ever felt like that or considered that when you have been, examining this. But to me, it's like that seems to be mixed in. And what bothers me most about that is someone who is aging, who is over 50, you don't have as that much time to recover if you get caught up in something that steals your time, drains your energy, steals your mind, takes money from you. I mean, you just don't have the time to recover that someone who is younger, like in their 20s, and maybe they're just starting out, and yeah, it's awful that they get taken advantage of, but they have much more time to be able to recover than someone who is, getting close to retirement or who is retired. Monhan says that myself and Queen speak tech at least as well as Ash, maybe slightly better than the OTech pros. Well, thank you. At least we can do it slightly better than them. And I mean, I never want to say that I am all techie, because I'm certainly not all techie. I do try to read up on things and ask people stuff so that I can have some sort of knowledge. But that's also why I defer to people in the chat that I know there's people here who have that expertise. And I'm not going to sit here and try. Why would I try to pull the wool over your eyes? Because y'all are going to call me out and be like, oh, she's a fucking liar. Last night, Ron said Onpassive is his lifeline. All his eggs are in the Onpassive basket. And see, it's stuff like that, Jelly, that really irritates me. And that's what I'm talking about. They don't have time to recover like someone who is younger. And that's what really bothers me. And that's why I see it as being elder fraud and elder abuse. I'm always listening to Dr. Benny for tech advice. Oh, goodness, Limisa. You should stop that, son. You should stop that. Oh, okay. I just went all over. I didn't mean to do all of that. Okay. Is there anything else we want to look? Oh, where is it hosted? So this is Ashburn Village. Where is that at? Where is that at? Oh, Maryland. Okay. Or Virginia, I'm sorry. Maryland, Virginia area. That's where their AWS is. Okay. Huh. May be hosted in multiple data centers distributed in different locations around the world. Huh. This is just probably one of them. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. How much is the website worth? Wow. Heck, he could just sell the website domain and, make bank. But who would actually want to buy this domain? Would anyone? Ashburn is the location of AWS's most popular data centers. Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that. Interesting. Yes, that's where GoDaddy is, and I believe that's what they use GoDaddy. All righty. So I shared that with you guys. And okay, I've shared all of that. So now let me stop sharing my screen, and I will now, and I'll show you, and I'll put it in there again for you and I think in the video description, there is a link to just this part of my Amazon shop, which is the books. If you are so inclined and want to get Ponzinomics or robbing you with a keyboard instead of a gun, this is my website, like my little Amazon shop for just books. And so there's, other stuff in there, instructional design. I don't know if I don't think I put all my DIY stuff in there yet. I may have put some stuff or my hand lettering stuff. I think I was thinking of putting that in something separately. I don't know. Maybe I should put the other hand lettering stuff in there too. But I kind of feel like maybe I need something for just DIY. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know. Oh, you mentioned about the unicorn. Okay, let me find this because I have a list somewhere of the unicorn companies. Hang on a second. I need to find this because I don't remember where the hell I put it. I don't remember where I put it because I have this list. I've been meaning to share this with you guys. But it's going to take me a moment to find it. Oh, okay. And I will share something with you guys as I'm looking for something. Let's see. What's this? And we can watch this. No, but I don't want to do that. Hang on a second. Let me move it over to the other spot. And then, oh, you may not be able to hear it. So if you don't hear it, you'll have to let me know. And then I'll have to, move it back to the other side. Okay. Let me know if you guys hear it. Can you guys hear that? Let me know if you can hear it because sometimes you can and sometimes you can't, depending on where I have stuff. So, hey, Joe, how are you, sweetheart? Can't hear it. Okay, thank you, Ella. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, let me put it back on the other side and reshare so you guys can hear it. Okay, stop. Share screen. I want to do this one. Just talking to myself. I'm just talking to myself. Okay. And I'll pull it back so you can see it.
Contact your sponsor. Again, anybody who has bought a position.
Can you guys hear that now? Just verify for me that you can hear it. Okay, you can. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
From me, okay, if you want to know if you have migrated correctly, just drop me an email with your name and the email, okay, that you registered with me to redfern1 at gmail.com. Numbers. If you go to hyperstats.com and you put onpassiveecosystem.live.com, this is where we log into the ecosystem of Onpassive and have a look at the daily views that they have on that ecosystem. I'm not going to give you the exact amount, okay? Go and have a look. Hyperstats.com, okay, and put in onpassiveecosystem.live.com into there. There is millions, with an M, millions of unique visitors per day to that site. And on average, each visitor views 3.7 pages. So 3 to 4 different pages within the ecosystem once they have logged in. Numbers. If you
And there you have it.
Almost 100 years after the Great Depression.
Okay, get rid of that. Goodness. Okay. And I do have the unicorn companies as well. So we can take a look at that. Because when I don't remember when I came across this. It may have been in one of those, because you guys hear me talk about the newsletters I subscribe to. It might have been in one of those. And I was like, this would be interesting. And I started looking through. I'm like, okay, yeah, I definitely need to share this shit. Okay. So, and you can download the entire list if you are so inclined, and I will pop this into the chat for you. There you go. And okay, let me use, my mouse is sitting right here, guys, and I'm trying to still use like my finger, like, hello, use your damn mouse, Alonda. Okay. So what is a unicorn company? A unicorn company or unicorn startup is a private company with a valuation of over $1 billion. As of March 2024, there are over 1,200 unicorns around the world. Popular former unicorns include Airbnb, Facebook, and Google. Variants include a decacorn valued at over 10 billion and a hectacorn valued at over 100 billion. Download the full list today to see each company's valuation, investors, and more. And, what's really interesting. Oh, look, OpenAI. That's a shocker. ByteDance. Wow, that's a shocker. SpaceX. I'm shocked. Wow. I wasn't expecting any of these Stripe. Oh my gosh, I would never guess. Canva. Oh, hold me back. Would never guess that either. Now, some of these, I don't know all the Epic Games I'm familiar with. But it's not here. And I never can say this one right. Anthropic. Did I say it right, guys? Did I say it anything close like how you pronounce it? And like I said, I don't know all of them. And I actually just attended the glow up from Canva. I tried the new layout of it. I don't like it because there were some things I was looking for, and it's like I can't find it. It's like it's literally not here. And when I'd look it up, it'd be like, yeah, I can't find it anywhere. It was irritating me. So I went back to the old version. So I've had a peek at what's coming. Discord. Grammarly. Does anybody use Grammarly? Oh wow, what's this? Yeah, I know. Anthropic. Okay, I know it's an AI company. You're going to see a lot of AI top things, I think, on here. The Canva thing is funny. Ash mentioned that just this week, and how they were building something to rival Canva. Like in the past, he mentioned it only because they were big in tech news last week. Oh goodness, doesn't it seem like he's always trying to play catch up with what's already been done? If you squint your eyes, you can squint your eyes all you want, and you're not going to see Onpassive on the list. That's the whole thing. They're not on the list. But there's 1,200 companies around the world, and he loves to brag about it like he's just so super spectacular. And yet all of these companies are mentioned and his isn't. But he's making the claim. I don't know if any of these companies started, flexing that they were a unicorn before actually being listed or not. I have no idea. But I know he's started saying it practically since, it burst onto the scene. Cockroach Labs. Oh, okay, that just gives me the shivers. They made a big enterprise push, and rumors are they're planning to go public early next year at a USD $50 billion valuation. For Canva? Is that what you're talking about, Monhun? Oh gosh, Mark, Onpassive doesn't need to be in this list. It's too massive for it. Yeah, I know they would come up with something like that. Like all of these companies are terrified of Onpassive because Onpassive is going to outdo all of them because he's hiring everyone who's fantastic. However, nothing ever really seems to get fixed. And apparently, people are not being paid. At least that's what I saw from Glassdoor. Ash uses ChatGPT to come up with business ideas. And you know what? He's probably putting in crappy prompts too. He probably doesn't even know how to write a good prompt, would be my guess. I mean, I'll give him, maybe Omar actually knows how to write a decent prompt. And so that's how he's able to come up with ideas, is he tasks his child, his very young child, to write prompts. Because apparently he's inventing all kinds of things. Always cracks me up when, he invented this. It's not exactly the word I would use, but okay. Yeah, I just thought I'd like just continue. Zapier, I know that one. I mean, there's some other ones. Clubhouse. Yeah, Clubhouse, isn't that social media? And it was available only on iPhones. And it came on the market. It was like a really huge kind of a thing. And then it kind of like, I stopped hearing about it. Is that it? Hey, Sams, you were at lunch. Oh, just going over some stuff. I'm getting ready to read some more stuff. Articulate. Oh, that's good to know because I use their products. I use Storyline and Rise, mostly Storyline. And this is a list so that you know of the 1,200 unicorn companies as of March 2024, and Onpassive is not on the list. And there you will see other companies that you're familiar with on the list. I'm presuming you'll see some companies that you're familiar with. Bending Spoons. I like that name, Bending Spoons. Not sure why, I just like it. Aura. I've heard of that for some reason. Don't remember from what, from where. Zetwork. I've heard of that too. Is this called, okay, Fetch? I've heard of that. Not really sure what it is, but I've heard of it. So like a lot of these things, I just remember I've seen something written about them. Couldn't tell you what it's all about. Honeybook. Oh, that's a cute name. Momo. That's a cute name too. Dial Pad. Huh. Wonder what they do. Bloom Reach. I wonder if that is about flowers. Cognition AI. Don't know what that's about. Did I just see Grubhub? Grub Market. Okay. There's all kinds of things on here, but nary and Onpassive. That's because nobody knows them. Nobody's afraid of them. But, you know, somehow they are being held back by everyone else. Everybody wants to take their technology. Said no one in the tech world ever. So just Linktree. I know that one. Gosh, from my days as a Hun. Monhun says, I have alerts set on several book sites for Mufareh and still haven't received any about his son supposedly published book. Wow. Lunch with the niece. Oh, nice, Sam. I hope you had a lovely time. I think that sad is all companies on the list don't have payment processing problems. Right. Thank you so much for bringing that up next level. Thank you so much. Right. They're not having this issue. And I think it's very odd for Onpassive to continually have an issue with a processor and to keep basically saying like it's the processor's fault. As I've always said, the blame is always cast elsewhere on the founders, on the processor, on the banks, anywhere and everywhere. Never on Onpassive, never on Ash. I mean, he is definitely not modeling responsibility and accountability to his children. He does not do that whatsoever. It's always everyone else. I mean, who amongst us always cast blame elsewhere? Do you guys own up if you fuck up? Because I do. I sometimes may not realize I'd fucked up, but if somebody points it out, I'm like, oh, crap, sorry. Or if I have like something to counter, then I'll be like, well, but this, there could be like a discussion. The competition doesn't have the vision. Owning up is a great power. Yeah, I think so too, Sam. I do. I mean, or they said way too much volume. Oh my gosh. Yes, that they can't handle the volume. I mean, that in and of itself, that one always just makes me fall over and just laugh. I mean, big belly laughs. I think even Chalupa and Salsa are laughing at that point. It's like that makes absolutely no sense. They can't handle the volume. They've never seen this kind of volume. Okay, we've seen what the traffic is like to their site and everything earlier. How in the hell are they having this outrageous volume? Because you know what? The math ain't mathing. It just ain't mathing. But somehow they're twisting reality into their false reality. Clipboard health. Wow, that makes me feel like I'm kind of like a cattle and going through a line to get health work stuff. So yeah, I'm just scrolling through all of this. I'm not going to stop on every one of them, but just so people can see there's all of these companies listed. And I'm quite sure if you okay, I'll just click on one. And it probably gives us, okay, I'll say I accept. Gives you more information about that company and stuff. So you can go and find out more about them. So why isn't, Onpassive listed? Why aren't they here? If they're so fancy schmancy. Oh, wait, is that me making fun of someone? Kendra Scott. Oh, good Lord. Okay, one time. This is a little bit of a story time. Back when we lived downtown, and myself, my husband, and we were at a little bar that we all hung out at. And one of my BFFs was there, who I love to pieces, but her way of looking at things is very different from mine, because I think that my husband had done something that I was irritated about. And she was just like, just go and get her some jewelry. Here, go to Kendra Scott, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, obviously, you as someone who is very close to me, you don't know me that well, because that stuff doesn't impress me. Just going off and buying me some jewelry isn't going to shut me up. It's like, that would be like the worst thing you're going to do. It's like, okay, you're going to buy me off. Now that's just going to piss me off more. And so Kendra Scott was on here. So that's what made me think of that. And trust me, I love this friend to pieces, but it just cracks me up sometimes. Some of the things that she says was just like, no, girl, that's not me. That's you. That's not me. Quizlet. Okay, Quizlet. I think that is something that has been used. Or Cameo. Holy shit, Cameo is on here. Makes me think of Foodie Beauty. Anybody want the Foodie Beauty Cameo? Say no. Say no. You don't. You don't want that. Or Beth and I can make you just, a video about Foodie Beauty. We both did for Joe for his birthday. I did not put mine out publicly, but she did a song for him, a rap, and Foodie Beauty's in it. Mine was just some music with Foodie Beauty in it as well, because we love him and we know how much he adores Foodie. Yeah, there's just all of these things, just tons and tons and tons. 1,200 to be exact. There you go. There's the list. You loved your birthday presents. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Joe wanted Foodie for his birthday. He told you. Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad that I also acquiesced because I didn't know he wanted foodie for his birthday. I just was like, you know what? I know he knows about foodie, and we all pretty much have the same feelings about her. So let's go ahead and let's do it up right. Just, something fun to do. And he's also a mod for both of us. And we really appreciate him always stepping in. And yeah, Joe, you have to, also approve cuss words for me too. Beth's birthday is on the 13th. Oh my gosh, this month, Beth, your birthday is on the 13th. Is that when your birthday is? Joe, do remind me. Do remind me. Because and I need to make sure that I'm getting everybody's birthday who are okay. Hang on just a second. Oh my gosh, I got one of these look backs. Oh. Okay. All right. So now Beth needs a Bob Larson tribute. Oh wow. She probably needs just all kinds of cult tributes, Friday the 13th, June 1987. Is that when she was born? All right. So now I am going to start off with, well, first of all, I got to get my bliss text. I hope you made a birthday video for MK. All the cool kids are doing it. I skipped it. I did not. I will make a video for my patrons and channel members as long as they have, given me their birthday in my little birthday form, which I need to check and make sure that I am aware if there's any more birthdays on there. Trevor's is on the 11th. Wow, you'll be 38. Girl, you're catching up to me. You're catching up. Jelly got them from the low. I don't know what that is. Okay. You were 38 once. Yeah, so was I. All right. So I'll just come on quickly and show you guys what I am. This is me. Yeah, another me, no makeup, don't care. But I have some really cute charms. My latest charm that I got is one for wine. I had to have that for my husband. All right, so I'm first going to read to you an excerpt from Ponzinomics, which is written by Robert Fitzpatrick, which also I did see that he was a guest on a podcast this week. So maybe sometime we will listen to that together. And this is what I'm going to read to you guys from here. And it's called, This is Not a Pyramid Scheme. Now I need to pop open. I'm trying a new water. It is sparkling cranberry raspberry water. So we're going to see how this is. You love the wine one? Thank you. I also have one that has Survivor on it because I figured like, yep, I survived breast cancer, so I'm getting that for me. And then I have some of Sugar Skulls and also some for the Bubby Wumpkins. We're all imposters, yeah. We're complete imposters. That's what we are. See, no makeup, doing nothing to my hair. Just see, I never can even tell which way to do anything because it's like opposite on here. Oh hell, fuck it. I just don't care, Bubble pop. Oh my gosh, I love bubble pop. All right, so I like this because I think Robert, the way that he wrote this, really captures very much the overall feeling of what a conversation has been like, or may have been like, or is like when speaking to someone that wants to get you involved in their quote opportunity. And I'm sorry that the lighting is a little bit funky and I don't have like, because my lamp always makes things look a little bit funkadelic. Maybe if I turn it a little bit, because it's always like a little bit yellow and that bothers me. All right. So here we go. Oh, thank you very much, Ella. But I do have chronic pain, which I am having a second radio frequency ablation, RFA, in July. So there's that. And my husband is going to another vineyard in, I think, the first half of July, if I remember correctly. But he's going to be doing some really cool things there. I'm always so happy when he goes, because I mean, he basically doesn't pay for anything, which is great. Okay, you guys ready? This is pretty short. Then I have other things from the other one, and there's a lot of things from both of these books that I would like to read and discuss, because what I want you guys to do, because this does not only necessarily apply only to Onpassive. You could apply it to any number of opportunities. So think about just different opportunities that you may hear about, you know, in the online space overall, or that you may be approached by one of your friends or family members, or even, you know, a stranger that you happen to strike up a conversation with, like at a Starbucks or something, or at the grocery store, in a line to somewhere. Just, you know how it is. Those Huns and those robots, they're going to talk to anyone and everyone and try to get them, you know, drag them in. That's just what you do. Okay. And I'm going to have to stop every so often. And this is pretty good water. It's been sitting there a little bit, so it's not as chilly as I would like. All right. Okay. I have a fantastic opportunity for you. It's like a job, but a lot better. It's an opportunity to make unlimited income. Pay only $399. Let me make that clear. For a starter kit. And then you can work as an independent salesperson for our company, selling the company's great products on a commission basis. Why should you pay for this job, you ask? Okay, I realize paying for a job might seem unusual, but you see, this opportunity is unique. By paying your $399, you gain not only the right to sell our products to the general public, but also the right to recruit other salespeople to sell for the company. When you sign up new salespeople and they buy some of our products, you'll get a commission on all their purchases, month in, month out. It's like becoming CEO of your own sales company. Best of all, you can make money right away by enrolling people you already know and who already trust you. Everybody is a candidate for this job. Who doesn't want to make unlimited money? What's that? Personal relationships? Oh, I see. You're uncomfortable recruiting friends to sell for the company when you haven't made any money yourself, at least not yet. Is that it? First, let me assure you that this business is very profitable. Beyond your wildest dreams, you will be profitable when you recruit a lot of your friends. I can tell you about some of our people who quit their 9-to-5 slave jobs. Now they make money while they sleep. Still worried? You could mislead friends to get payments for recruiting them? Well, let me make one thing perfectly clear. You will never be paid 1 penny for recruiting. That would be illegal. That would be wrong. It would be a pyramid scheme. This is not a pyramid scheme. Let me tell you more about the rest of the opportunity. After you hear it, I think your worries about relationships and honesty may go away. Now, if you sign up 5 of your friends, for example, and they each buy $100 a month of products, you'll get what? Commissions on the $3.99 sign-up fees? No. You will never get paid a commission on the $399 sign-up fees. That would be payments directly from the people you recruit. That would be getting paid to recruit. That would be wrong. That would be a pyramid scheme. This is not a pyramid scheme. You don't get paid on sign-up fees, but you get money after sign-up fees are paid. Your recruits have to pay the sign-up fee in order for you to start making money on them. The company gets money from your recruits' sign-up fees and your recruits' product purchases. You will get commissions from each recruit who pays the sign-up fees. But I assure you, the money you receive is not from the sign-up month money they paid. It's from the product purchase money they paid. Understand? No? Money is money, you say? How do we separate the two piles of money? Okay, let me spell it out. You never get paid to recruit, but you always get paid after you recruit. The more you recruit, the more money you make. The less you recruit, the less you make. But you are never, ever paid to recruit. People paying to recruit others, who are paid to recruit others, who are paid to recruit others, and so on, that would be wrong. That is a pyramid scheme. This is not a pyramid scheme. Now, let me go back to the income opportunity. You will get commissions on purchases of as many new salespeople as you sign up. There's no limit. 5, 10, 50. There's no cap. The more, the better for you. Too many salespeople? No, there could never be too many. The market of people wanting extra income is always growing, and our products fit everyone's needs. But no matter how many more join, you would be making money on all of them. So you would want as many more as possible. Doesn't that make sense? You're still worrying about profits from your personal sales? Just wait, I'm getting to that. But let me remind you again that the commissions from the salespeople are from sales, not from recruiting. Why would the salespeople buy the products? They don't have to, of course. It's totally optional. But listen, what kind of salesperson sells something he or she wouldn't buy themselves? Anyway, salespeople always need samples and giveaways, and they need to show their customers that they believe in the product. So the salespeople are also customers. In fact, they are your very best customers. Why? Well, that takes me to the really unique part of this opportunity. This will answer your first question about why you should pay $399 for this income opportunity. Like I said, you're getting commissions from every new salesperson you recruit based on their purchases. And every salesperson will make a lot of purchases, more than a regular customer will, and for a much longer time. No customer is more loyal than a salesperson. But then you'll also get paid when your new recruits go out and recruit other salespeople. Yes, that's right. The people you sign up will be able to sign up salespeople too. Each one, just like you, gets the right to recruit as many as they can. And every time the person they sign up as a salesperson makes a purchase, they get paid just like you do. on your recruits' purchases. But here's the kicker. You'll get a payment on the purchases of their recruits. Think about that. If you sign up 5 new salespeople and they do the same, you have 25 more salespeople working for you, a total of 30. Remember, you didn't get money from the sign-up fees, only on the purchases made after the sign-up fees are paid. And you didn't get paid to recruit, but you got paid because you recruited. Is that perfectly clear? But wait, there's more. When their recruits, the 25 additional salespeople, each recruit 5 more, you'll get paid on their purchases too. That's 125 more. Now you've got 155 salespeople, each one making purchases, and you're getting a commission from every one of them. How's that sound? All you need to do is find 5 new salespeople. Why would all those people sign up as salespeople? Because each one has the same opportunity as you to build their own 155-person sales force. The income is unlimited. The opportunity is unlimited. We call it network marketing. Now, do you see why you pay $399 to become a salesperson for this company? And since the friends you recruited have the same chance to also make money while they sleep, can you see why it is good to recruit them even before you start making money? No need to wait. You're giving them an opportunity of a lifetime. That's really what you are selling, the opportunity. No, it's not just the opportunity to sell products. It's the opportunity It's the opportunity to sell the opportunity to others to sell the opportunity. Ain't that great? What about product sales? Well, let me be sure you understand something. Product sales are the foundation of our company. We are a product sales company. Our products are how we define ourselves. We are very proud of our products. The more products your salespeople from first level to the last buy, the more you make. Their personal sales? You're asking about sales by the salespeople, not sales to them or between them? Oh, yes. That's very important. You get paid on the basis of the purchases of each salesperson, right? So the more each one sells, the more he or she purchases or is credited with selling. So when I say sell, I really mean buy. When I say buy, I mean sell. Get it? How much does each salesperson sell on average? Well, that's up to each person. We don't track that. But I will tell you this. Anyone who buys our products from a salesperson is also a perfect candidate to sell them. So any customer of any of the salespeople could become a salesperson too. Always remember, the salesperson is the best of all customers. But we go even further than that. We require each salesperson to sell at least 5 customers every month. If it were so profitable, why would we have to require our salespeople to sell? Well, only because we would not want even the appearance of a pyramid scheme. This is not a pyramid scheme. So we would never want anyone to join our company and just focus on recruiting. Got to get a drink. What's the catch? Well, there aren't any really. Of course, to get these commissions all the way down to the end of your network, you have to maintain a quota of purchases or sales. We couldn't keep paying you on the work of your network if you aren't performing too, could we? Everybody in the network has to maintain their quotas of selling, to remain qualified. But here's the good part. If any of the people below you fall short, and don't buy or sell enough to remain qualified, whatever commissions they were going to receive are transferred to those above. You could actually make more when someone below you quits. That's called compression. And it only gets better from there. How? Well, the bigger your network that is, the more salespeople you and your sales network recruit, the more the whole group buys. The more they buy, the higher the commission rates that will pay you. Higher group volume means a higher commission rate to you on every purchase they make because you're at the top. The more your group buys, the bigger your share of the pie on each transaction. There are even more rewards. For example, the larger your group is, you get paid on deeper levels. When you reach our executive levels, you get paid on all levels of your group, all the way to infinity. Think about that. All the chains extends. While you sleep, you get paid more per sale from the entire group, and you get paid on more levels, which means on more total sales. So you win two ways. Everybody in your network is motivated to recruit more people into your network because they are also always recruiting for theirs too. Each salesperson is always at the top of the group they build. That's why it's called multi-level marketing. No, of course not. That's not people paying to recruit. I thought I made that clear. Paying money for the chance to get paid to recruit people would be wrong. You get paid on sales of the purchases of those you recruit, and those they recruit, and those they recruit, and so on. You never get paid for recruiting. Understand now? Where does it end? What do you mean end? This is an unlimited opportunity. You have the chance to get paid forever. Everybody in the network does too. It all starts with finding just 5 others who also want to make unlimited money. Who can't find just 5 others? More people are being born every day, and our company is expanding to more and more countries. Soon we'll be in China. So the last people who join your network, many levels below you, can always recruit more, and you'll get paid on all of them. So are you ready to sign up? Great. Sign the contract right here. You can read it at home. $399. Thanks. You'll never regret it. It's the greatest business in the world. The only way you could lose is if you quit. And the only people who quit are losers. You're not a quitter or a loser, are you? No, you're a winner. So, of course, you'll want to join the Winners Marketing Program. It's where you learn from the masters every month. There are secrets to success, and this is where you learn those secrets. It's not a cost at all. It's an investment that you'll get a huge return on. So it's really free. No paying for monthly marketing program is not required, but then neither is your success. I think that is, where's my little marker thing? I think that is very, very powerful. Hey, Devil's Advocate, how are you doing? Let me see what are you guys talking about? Oh, there's my fancy bookmark. You know, sometimes I will get the prettiest bookmarkers and think, like, you know what? I'm going to use this. I'm going to take care of pieces of torn up paper are in there all the live long. Or when I was in grad school, it would be like sticky notes with notes on them and, you know, weird little circles and all kinds of things within my book. Making notes to myself. That's sweet, Hershey. Story time with the Recovering Hunbot. Unlimited Marty loves that. A lot better than a job is called an inheritance. Oh, wow. I won't start recruiting before I get paid. Did anyone else think last night that Marty Horse was Marty trying to be stealthy? I was kind of wondering that. I was wondering. But, you know, I'm just going to be friendly to whoever. I love being read to. This is so relaxing. Oh, I like being read to as well. Puffery. Scamtown, what is puffery? The American dream. Yep, that's exactly what you're selling, is the American dream. My friend was told by an MLM scheme he'd easily sign up 10 people. Oh my gosh, he ended up selling stuff only to his mother, who felt sorry for him. Mark, this is like not uncommon. It's really not. It's just not. And it's just so fucking sad. Crease the paper. You know, I don't like creasing the paper on books. I have no problem writing in my books whatsoever, but dog earing it, no, I'm uncomfortable with that. Don't ask me why, but that part just, you know, bothers me. Okay, so this book was written in 2010, but I still feel like it, you know, what is said in here is still applicable. And I think a lot of it could be updated. You have the book on Audible. I have it on Audible too. And I've read it myself. And Robert narrates the book too. And I love hearing him, you know, read it. He does a great job. I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago. I need to follow back up with him. Because I told him about an idea that I had on something. And he's always someone to get great advice from. He's such a sweet man. Okay. So I thought the first part of this that would be interesting to look at is, I'm just going to read to you. I'm not going to read the descriptions of these because we'd be here forever if I went into all the detail for all of this. And in here, the author refers to legitimate MLMs. And as I have said before, I do not see, and I know Robert doesn't see as any MLM as legitimate, because they're all like just the story. Like I just read to you what Robert had written. That's basically like what they're about. They're all set up in a very similar type structure. They're just using different terms and different titles for things. And there's a slight twist here and there, but they're all very, very similar. And I love the ones that are like, Mom, no, we're not an MLM. And then you look at it, it's like, you sure smell like one. You're sure behaving like one. Yeah, you kind of think you are. You know, so that kind of looks like, sounds like, walks like, must be. Exactly. They do all seem the same, right, Go? Yep. Okay. So the first thing he does is, one of the first things the author does is make a list and gives a description of some terminology, including Ponzi scheme scams, internet investment scams, private banknote scams, work from home scams, cash gifting schemes, which I've covered some cash gifting schemes of, I forget what the one was called, but it was like Murder on Something Beach. And it was all about a particular scheme. I can't think of the name. It was a couple of years ago, the documentary came out. But it was very interesting. And I actually found part of the book that it was like based off of. And I like read all of that on my channel somewhere here. I read all of that. Cash gifting schemes, Nigerian 419 email scams. And there's probably, I don't know if some of these have dropped off and if there's new ones. And if you do know, please let me know. I find it all very fascinating. It intrigues me. It horrifies me and intrigues me at the same time. You have one, the lottery email scam,
bank credit card phishing scams, phony job scam, affinity fraud, pay-to-click or ad surfing scams, email chain letter scams, penny stock pump and dump scams, hype programs. And I will read you hype because hype is mentioned later in here. Hype is, these are programs that provide high yields but claim little or no risk is involved. They usually claim to be investing in oil or gas, forex, sports, arbitrage betting, buying stock in undervalued companies. And one even claimed it was from loan sharking, or as they said, financial mercenaries. Non-hype programs, these offer above average rate of returns, but are associated with lower risk type of investments, such as pension plans, endowment plans, real estate, alternative energy, prime bank notes, private placements, and advertising programs. And this is where I disagree with fake MLM network marketing pyramid programs. And, I disagree with all of this. And he does mention Amway Quickstar and Mona V, Prepaid Legal, Arbonne, Herbalife, to name a few that are legitimate, which no, I'm not letting any of those off the hook as being legitimate. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, it all started from Neutralite, and Amway was the next one after Neutralite. They actually bought Neutralite. So, I don't call any of them legitimate. And it bothers me that people still consider there are some legitimate ones. It's well, they're all structured the same way, and they follow a lot of what you lay out, but then you just don't see it for what it is. But you can see all these other things as being a scam, but you just don't see MLM as a scam. That always bugs the shit out of me. Okay, so Tupperware was direct sales, and then it became MLM. Same with Avon. GameStop buying Pokemon cards. I'm not familiar with that. And what did CD say? Oh, you have Tupperware stuff from 10 years ago? Wow. Mark, like I said, Neutralite was before Amway. That's where they got the book from, but it even goes back further than that. And Ponzinomics goes into all of the history of all the formation of it. Pump and dump is what happened to AMC and GameStop. And see, I'm not familiar with those stories, but maybe I should look into it. They always blame someone else other than themselves when things don't progress. Sound familiar? Move forward. Yeah, that's the thing. And I think you will see some similarities. So this next part is the anatomy of a scam. What does a scam look like? And what I want to know from you guys is, as I read this, because I'm not saying, hey, I agree with all of this 100%. I want it to be, you guys to think about it and tell me what you think. What rings true to you? What do you think it applies to? Do you think it applies to Onpassive? Do you think it applies to other companies? Do you relate to any of this at all? Because I know many of you who are in the chat have been following scams and schemes for, a long time. So I just really want you guys to put on your little hat from the history of you, digging into these things for all the years you have. I am not liking this water as much as I was hoping I would, which really is annoying. So I may have to put up a little break sign and go get me something else, which I'm sure you guys can understand. All right. So, so it starts with, so you know where I'm at. There's where I'm at. Okay. The anatomy of a scam. What does a scam look like? In this and subsequent chapters, we will examine the anatomy of a scam and how each of these scams work. You will have a chance to see just what each of these types of scams look like, as well as get a feel for why so many people bought into the scam in the first place. What happens when the scam starts collapsing and how they continue to defend the program to the bitter end. These scams fall into two categories, non-hype and hype. But first, let's define the players who compose the scam. The perpetrators, admin of the scam. Hang on a second, because I have like a pillow things that's under my legs, and it needs to go like more under my knees. I'm a little bit uncomfortable. Apologize if I look kind of funky trying to pull this up a bit. See, this is why I'm like never on camera, because I'm like forever adjusting this shit. But I feel like, since I'm reading to you, like I need to be sitting here reading to you. So look, I'm holding a book and I'm reading, and I wish I could put it on the screen, but I can't. So you guys just have to know I'm reading the words to you. Your mother-in-law has some from the 70s. Oh my gosh. They were great containers back then. Absolutely. I remember my Aunt Mary had like a ton. I think Aunt Dot did too. I mean, I remember seeing them in households growing up, basically. Oh my gosh, that Tupperware picture. No shit, Scam Chan, right? I absolutely agree. Okay. So anyway, the perpetrator, admin of the scam. The person who created the scam, and in many cases also takes the role of the administrator, herein called admin for the program. Okay, I'm going to, hang on a second. I'm going to go off camera for a minute because I am like uncomfy. I got to get myself, I've got to reconfigure some things. Give me just a moment here, because now my legs are hot. Now I'm taking the pillow off. You guys don't need to see what this looks like. It's not pretty. I'll just tell you that. It's not pretty. Nothing exciting going on here. And I'm just going to take my legs completely out from under the blankets. I usually like to be comfy cozy, but now I'm hot. And if I become chilly, I can always I can grab the fluffy blanket that Miss Salsa is under. Oh, and Chalupa is laying next to me. He is very, very comfy. He's got one of his little ears is turned inside out. I'll fix that for you, baby boy. Nope, it just goes right back the other way. Okay. All right, you can just have it that way. You sat through a Tupperware party once? It lasted 3 hours, and you discovered 1,001 different uses for containers. I can't remember any of them, but it was amusing. Oh my gosh. When I was a classroom teacher, I was teaching tech applications to kids. My partner teacher, she had everything from Tupperware. And this was in the 2000s. So I believe at that time it was already an MLM. And I don't think I went to a party, but she had every container you can imagine. I do remember that. It was a little bit scary. And this was also during the time when I like hosted a jewelry party. And I had no idea what MLMs were at that time. But now I do. Now I do. All right. This is your contact person for all issues to be resolved, provides updates, handles the transfer of money, maintains the website, and usually the program will have its own internal forum for members, which the admin moderates. The promoters. No scam would be successful without the promoters of these scams. They are always the ones who go to all the financial forums, begin a forum discussion about the program, which I will say that's what all of this is. This is a focus on those kind of forums. And I know that these forums exist. I know there's tech forums, but like with MLM, there's not so much forums where people are learning about this stuff that I am aware of. I do know that there are different groups like in Facebook. There's a lot of stuff going on in social media. And this was written before social media became what it is today. So I really do think that this could be updated to include some, other things. But I think that we can kind of we can actually read between the lines here and see how it is applicable to current day things. Crack open a bottle hubby brought home. I could go and get me some bubbles if I wanted to. I probably should, but then I'd go through it so quick. I might need to, in a few minutes, I might need to go get me something actually really cold because I'm very thirsty. Okay. All right. The promoters. No scam would be successful without the promoters of these scams. They are the ones who go to all the financial forums, begin a forum discussion about the program, and of course, swear to the legitimacy of the program, which that makes me think of all of these people who write blogs, and as if they're reviewing the opportunity, but they actually are part of the opportunity and they're like promoting it, but they're trying to make it look like that they're just reviewing it. You know what I'm talking about? I'm sure you guys have seen those, which that stuff always really irritates the fuck out of me, quite frankly. But when I see promoters and stuff, someone I think about is, you guys can probably name people in Onpassive that come to your mind. I think of OneCoin, like Igor Alberts, because he was just the presence on the stage, and Kari Walrus. I think of some of them. I think of also I Am Academy with the Tapias, which are now doing something else. I think of Holton Bugs. I think of Ray Higdon, even though now he's doing a coaching thing, but he really is a promoter. Eric Worre is as well, because he'll latch on to something, but usually it's the top people within these MLMs. With Beachbody, it would be, or now Body, Lindsay Matway, because she is at the tippy top, and I was under her after my original coach left for a wine MLM. And no, I did not join a wine MLM, but they sure wanted me to. Nope, never did. No, I don't want to flash you. I don't want to flash you. I wouldn't be flashing you anything exciting. Trust me. It's oh my gosh. When I say trust me, I always think of Marty, because he overuses that. And whenever he says it, I'm like, I just wouldn't trust you because the way you say it and stuff is just ugh, creeps me out. Anyway, okay. So back to this. And of course, swear to the legitimacy of the program. They are called the shills, pimps, and referral hounds of the scam. Their job is to recruit as many people as possible into the scam, get as many in their downline, and to run interference when someone starts questioning the scam's legitimacy. Does that sound familiar? The people who dare question the scam are called naysayers, trolls, or negative thinkers. To name a few of the names they are called by the promoters and administrators of these programs. They are also called jealous, afraid to take risks, dark Christians, and other unflattering comparisons to dictators, butchers, and despots. The promoters do their best to not allow the naysayer, trolls, negative thinkers to gain a foothold in the public financial forums. They always vouch for the admin, saying how honest they are, how trustworthy they are, how they have only the best interest of the members at heart. They also lead the charge of claiming they are being paid on time, and will continue to do so for a long time to come. Some even invoke God into the conversation on the forums at some point to demonstrate they are a Christian and would not be part of any illegal program or scam. Usually when this happens, it means the scam is about to implode or be shut down by the government. In short, it is in trouble, but they are trying to mask the trouble. Some of these promoters are individuals, and many times they represent a group of investors in which They are the head of the group. What most don't know about the promoter is that they are the first ones in and the first ones out of the program long before it folds and disappears. They make most of their money off the number of referrals they get to sign up under them in the program. Their initial investment is usually guaranteed by the admin person running the scam. Once it is returned, they no longer have any money invested in the program and continue to be paid their referral bonus. But to the outsider, it appears they are still invested just like them in the program. So when the program crashes, they have not lost any money, unlike the people they referred and convinced the program was legitimate and would last a long time to come. More on this later. The financial forums, where these programs advertise, are listed and promoted. The forum owner accepts advertising money for the program to be prominently displayed when entering the forum, as well as on each thread, individual links for each program being offered, where people post about the program, and of course, where the promoters encourage others to join the program. And you could say that occurs like on YouTube, that occurs on, I'm sure, TikTok, in Facebook, Instagram, a lot within social media, as opposed to like these financial forums. That's what I'm more familiar with, is like how prolific they are within the world of social media. You still can't make a second post for your tiny dinger condoms. Oh my gosh, that is just terrible, Joe. That is horrible. The financial online newsletters. The owners of these newsletters interview the admin of the program, providing them a platform to announce their program. And I just see this as more of like they join different webinars, if you get what I'm saying, picking up what I'm throwing down right there, and encourage people to sign up in the program. They are paid to interview the admin and give a glowing report about the program. Payment processors. None of these scams could operate without the payment processors. These are organizations that provide the exchange between currencies. They charge both parties, the scam program and the investors, a fee for their services to exchange currencies, both incoming and outgoing payments. They are called offshore as they are domiciled outside the United States. The most popular payment processors used by the scam programs operate out of Canada, but are located all over the world. More on their role later when I explain how they do it. Here is an example of how a non-hype and hype format are blended together in a typical Ponzi scheme. Okay. I am not sure if I'm going to, do I want to read through this one? Let me see how this long this is. This goes on to, I'll read part of this. Okay. The investment Ponzi. One would think that after almost 90 years, people would not fall for this type of scam. A Ponzi just means that early investors in the program are paid from new investors' funds joining the program, not from returns on the investment. Many of the internet investment Ponzi's combine the non-hype and the hype programs into one that allows them to achieve their claimed results. Whatever underlying investment is being touted as the security providing the return either does not exist or represents only a small portion of funds invested. When the number of new members cannot continue paying for all those who joined before them, the system collapses. It also can be called a pyramid. Most Ponzi schemes center on financial instruments. The most common types are real estate investment offers, prime bank notes, reverse pension plans, commodity trading, forex, oil and gas, IPO, initial public offering, and even charitable fundraising. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to read from there. There's more in there that I could read, but I think it's more important to now look at red flag warnings and due diligence. Okay. Red flag warnings and due diligence. When someone sees a red flag, they know it means to either stop or use extreme caution as danger lies ahead. The same holds true for investments. Red flags dealing with investments should be treated more like flashing red lights and bells ringing at railroad crossing gates. It not only means danger lies ahead, it means stop cold and don't go any further. In investments, there are many issues that can be considered a red flag. Whether or not it is just one, several, or all of them, you should stop and not invest. If you ignore them, you have a 100% chance of losing your money. So what are some of the red flags of investments? Here is a list of the most serious ones. A company says that because they are an internet company, the standard rules of being licensed and registered does not apply to them. The company is basically anonymous as they use free website hosting, free email services, Yahoo, Google, Hotmail, Gmail, etc., instead of paying for a secure website or having an email address with the company's name in the address. I always find that very interesting, and I think there's been several things that I've pointed out even recently, like when you don't see someone's name on a website, there's like no actual contact information. Like maybe you can just fill out a form and get information, but you can't email, you can't call, there's just nothing there. There's nary a name, nothing. And that should be a warning. That should be like huge, like danger, Will Robinson. Don't get involved here. And I see that quite frequently, especially with like some of the more problematic ones. But there are ones that I do see like QNet, which is really very dodgy. And something just came out about them recently. And I think I have that pulled up somewhere. But they always try to say like how clean and how great they are, and nothing could be further from the truth. I did a short series on them a couple of years ago. Okay. Your contact person only has a first name and is using a free email address, not using the company name. The company has no physical address, phone number, or contact information of any kind. The company is saying the returns are high yield, but there is little or no risk. They say your principal amount you give them, investment, is guaranteed, or they promise a guaranteed rate of return. They say they need to stay below the radar of law enforcement agencies. They say the investment is special, that has only been available to the rich or wealthy until now. They say the program is only available to a select few. They say the program is a private investment and does not require to be licensed or registered. Failure to provide financial statements, a prospectus, or details of the investment. Any investment that requires only a small administrative fee but promises a large return, i.e., a $30 administrative fee, but will pay you $50,000. The program is promoted as finally allowing the little guy to obtain the same financial products that until now were only available to the rich or super wealthy. They claim the program is registered offshore outside the United States and therefore is not subject to the SEC rules and regulations. This is a myth. Any investment program that does not provide clear and detailed explanations of their investment products. The program is too difficult to explain in layman terms. Promoters claiming to be connected to insiders of the program. This is a chance of a lifetime opportunity. Due diligence, which is something I think is very important for everyone. The rig pay for play. Yeah, rig pay for play. When one hears the words due diligence, many think of highly technical questions one must ask, or they must have a high knowledge and understanding of investments. Nothing could be further from the truth. Actually, due diligence is using your common sense. It is just general questions that everyone should ask before investing in any program, no matter who is offering it. So let's break it down. When you're asked to invest into a program, if it is a legal program, meaning licensed and registered with proper authorities, they must provide you a prospectus. Don't let the word scare you. Prospectus just means it is a written document that outlines the investment, the risks involved, who is offering the product, their address, contact information, fund manager, the mission of the fund, what it is all about, some projections, history of like-minded investments, and a projected return on investment. They are very long, can be very boring, and in many instances over the investor's head due to all the legal issues that must be disclosed. Now that is in the technical side of due diligence. Now let's examine the really simple things you can do and have performed enough due diligence to ensure you are investing in a legal investment. Who is the company offering the investment? What is their address, phone number, fax number? Are there faxes still? And email. Who do they show as the contact person, customer service, as well as their phone and email? Should you need assistance if something goes wrong? What are their hours of operations? Is customer service only during a specific time frame, or is it 24 hours? If a program is being offered only through the internet, does not in itself make it fraudulent. What you must know is this: they must comply with all the rules 1 through 4 above. If you see high return with little or no risk, that is an immediate red flag. Also, if they say they are doing business offshore, want to keep below the radar of law enforcement agencies, the program is a special program for a select few, or only the wealthy know about this type of investment, these are all major red flags. Many will claim they are private programs, thus do not have to be registered. This is not totally true. A private investment does not have to be registered with the authorities, but they are limited to no more than 100 total investors or specific dollar amount and must comply with Regulation D of the SEC. All other investment products have to be licensed and registered in every jurisdiction in which it is being offered for sale, no matter where in the world it is. Another red flag. If they say the word guaranteed return is another red flag. You cannot guarantee an investment return except for CDs, money marketing accounts, or bonds on funds. Even these are for very specific periods of time. Check for audited financial statements by a CPA firm, and the name of the CPA firm is shown with their contact information. Many times, they count on the hype and emotion of the moment for you to throw all common sense out the window and invest now. Remember, if it is that good of an investment now, it will still be just as good next week or next month or next year. Do not be pressured into investing without having the time to check it out. 10. Ask yourself, accountant or attorney, about the investment. If you have neither, then talk to a securities broker about it. They will answer your questions, and you don't have to be a client of theirs to do so. Many will gladly offer help as they realize you just might become a client of theirs if they do help you. Don't be intimidated into not asking others for guidance or assistance. Make sure you fully understand what it is you're investing in. Do not be pressured into investing if your questions have not been answered. If you start feeling like you are being given the runaround, it is a major red flag or another warning signal. Never, ever invest more than you can afford to lose, no matter how much due diligence you have done. Real investments can and do lose money. There are no guarantees in an investment of always making money on a return on your investment other than CDs, money market accounts, or bond funds. If a prospectus states returns are generated from the buying and selling of companies, leasing contracts, etc., make sure they list the names of the companies that were bought and sold or leasing contracts. If the specific names are missing, this is another major red flag. When a company that operates slowly on the internet tries to deflect any negativity of their program, one method is to bring up Enron or WorldCom as examples of people losing their money to illegal companies. This is another red flag. What happened to Enron and WorldCom has nothing to do with them or their legality. If the company provides bios of the people who comprise the management team, check them out to make sure the bios are true, verifying employment and colleges attended. As you can see, basic due diligence is not that hard to do, but if you follow our red flag warnings and do these basic due diligence steps, they will save you from being taken or scammed out of your money. Now that you know what simple due diligence is, it shouldn't intimidate you anymore. But to be sure you never become a victim of a scam again, or for the first time, here's how they do it next. The first red flag is when a stranger tells you, I am your friend, and then wants money. Yeah. Ella says, my family member said he did do due diligence, by which he meant he did what he was told by the hierarchy. He read the info, on just that one site. Yeah. And that's not due diligence. That is information control right there. That's information control, and which is part of the BITE model. And that's not due diligence of just looking at one sector, one area of getting information from. Nor is it like when you start seeing, like what I was talking about earlier, those different blogs that pretend that they're giving a review, but then you find out they're actually part of the review, and it's like, no, you're actually shilling this thing, but you're making it look like, or you're initially making it look like, or trying to make it look like that you're just giving it a review. However, I would say many people are already kind of aware of this and are like, okay, well, that's bullshit. But people are still being taught to do that because it has worked in the past. It's really amazing about how many things that have worked previously, which are already known about now, that people still do. And there are still people who don't realize those things are like warning signals. Like, there's all kinds of like fireworks and everything going off, going, hey, stop, warning, Will Robinson, danger. And they are unaware because they're not aware that should be something that they should look at. And there is a part in here, and maybe I should read that next to you, because there's just so much in here and in Ponzinomics that I think is important. And let me see what page this is on, because I think this is important because it fits really anything that can be taking advantage of people. And what I do like about this author is that he kind of started, looking into things because his father was getting involved in something. And that's kind of why I also look at some things as being elder fraud and elder abuse is the demographic that, the popular demographic that may be seen. Okay, yeah, preying on desperation, 21. So let's see, how long is this? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to read all of this, but I will read some of it. This is not that long. Tell you what, let me go and get something to drink so, I can like rest my vocals for just a moment, and I will be back shortly. It won't take me that long. I'm sure the bubbies will like follow me and stuff. And let's see if I just remove me. Stop cam.
Okay, now I'm getting kind of resettled here. I probably have to need to restart my heating pad. It's very exciting. So very exciting. I like this one because I can set it for 90 minutes. So I keep on, just like resetting and resetting like forever and a day. Okay, let's see. Mark says, I think many of the hardcore MLMers have become institutionalized and have lost the ability to do anything else worthwhile in their lives. They're trapped in the ever illusion dream. That's really kind of like what I tried to show in the Shanann Watts case that I've mentioned before, since she was involved in MLM since her 20s with Artistry, which is the beauty brand of Amway. It's because it does fundamentally change who you are, how you think, and not in a good way. You become just someone who you weren't. It just completely transforms you. And so those who have been doing it forever and a day, I don't think they are at a point, they may not be at a point where they can ever pull themselves out of it. And I think that makes me sad for them, their family, because the waste of time really bothers me. And especially when people are, 50 and above, even 40 and above. I mean, anybody, but especially when we're talking about, the aging population. I mean, everybody's aging, but you guys get what I'm saying. And I'm being very careful with what I say because I'm very aware of like ageist language. So I'm trying to not use ageist language because that is something that I have noticed that people just don't think about the terms that they use and how othering it is. And it bothers me. And so there you go. All right, let me take this off. The house scam channel, I can see that. Sold more products than Onpassive. Oh, Joe, I hope you have a safe trip and, give her my best. I hope you're safe and all of that. And good night, Jelly. Oh, Ella, good night. Whoever's leaving, whoever left, good night. Thanks for showing up. Okay, let me see. Let's go back to this. Let me look up a little bit. I know Ella isn't here anymore about people being so easily led. And this is what I'm going to read is about preying on desperation. And that's what really all of these opportunities, alleged opportunities, do is you're vulnerable at some point in your life and there is a sense of desperation within you. And that really is so bothersome. And they are the people that they can't see it. I mean, they think like, oh my gosh, I have found the answer to everything. This will solve my problems. It's actually going to just make everything so much worse. And they don't see it. And they really bond so very tight. Because I mean, I know how tight I was in with people. And how many of those people do I still talk to? I don't. There's a couple of people who I know I could contact at any time. And I mean, we would just, because we became just, good friends. Those friends that you have that you can like, pick up the phone, call them, and you haven't spoken to them in several years. It's like that kind of a thing. But it's like, it never was as real as I thought that it was. Does that make sense? So yeah. If you read some of the founder comments on Facebook, they admit to being failures in many aspects of their lives, but pinning their hopes. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Pinning their hopes. It's
It is. I mean, that's the stuff that is absolutely tears you apart. I mean, it does me. It just, my heartstrings are just like ripped, absolutely ripped. Okay. So let me read this part about preying on desperation. What is sad is in today's economy, scammers are taking advantage of people's desperation. And this was 2010. Fear and concern for their future. We have seen a 401k becoming a 201k or worse, retirement savings barely covering living expenses, medical costs rising, as well as the values of homes declining to below their loan value. Well, that's not what we're seeing right now, but I can see that happening in the future, possibly. Sad to say, but this is the exact scenario the scammer thrives on. It makes their job much easier to con you into buying into their scam. And this is happening globally, not just here in the US. With the internet, scams are global in scope and prey on the public worldwide. And that's also something that I think how these hit people in developing countries is something else, just like with the elders, how much it hurts people who don't have access to resources that, developed countries do. And they're looking at this as this is going to be the thing that's going to help their family because they're struggling. Yeah, I would say you're right, Scam Chan. The company wins the wealth. Yeah. So very sad. It is their job. It makes their job much easier to con you into buying into their scam. And this, okay, I think I read that. One of the largest new types of scam to hit the internet has been the reverse pension plan, or RPP for short. What has made them so attractive is their low dollar cost to enter and the promise of high return. There have been at least 20 of these introduced, but the largest of these is Global Pension Plan, with more than 350,000 members. They know people are desperate, and so they will easily fall for the sales pitch. Here are some examples with typos, misspelled words, and grammatical errors. The material was taken off their official website or from introduction posts on the financial forums or other type of programs. They preyed upon people's desperation. GNI. GNI is based around gambling and sporting events. Not just gambling, but arbitrage betting. In simplified terms, that's taking advantage of the fact that different bookmakers, will always offer you different odds on any given sporting event. Arbitrage betting involves spreading the bet between different bookmakers to then ensure that you will have one winning bet regardless of the outcome, and that this winning bet will not only cancel the losses from the other bets, but leave you with a handsome profit for your efforts. Wow, that sounds fantastic. An arbitrage opportunity in sports betting or other events means that one is able to bet on all possible outcomes of a certain match or events at odds that guarantee profit regardless of who wins that match or event. This is not gambling. It's just a market phenomenon based on pure mathematics, and occurs when bookmakers have different opinions on the results of a certain game or event. There is absolutely no risk involved for our members. Principal is guaranteed. We are currently offering 2 investment plans. Our daily plan is offering a variable profit of 0.7 to 1.1% daily on average over the past couple of months. It was around 1% daily, and weekly plan with a profit of 6%. The minimum to deposit is $20 for the daily plan and $100 for the weekly plan. The main difference is that our members can understand what we are doing with their hard-earned money. Our project is for each and every of our members, translucent and comprehensible. We are paying a decent and steady return for a long time now and don't have months of principal lockup. Okay, I was hoping this was going to go into actually like different scenarios of desperation, but it's not. But there are some things in here about like matrix and stuff. So this is not actually giving me what I was hoping it would. Okay, so I'm not going to read all of this like I thought I was, but that's okay. Let's see what else is in here. Prime note. Okay. No. Work from home, real or fake? It does have something about home businesses, which this generally, we're talking about opportunities that are home-based businesses. Oh, there's some things about how to get your money back. Okay, I'm sorry that this was not what I thought it was going to be. Because I have not been, oh, this one does say about fake home business review. So this is kind of like what I was talking to you about in terms of bloggers. All like, I'm reviewing this for you, and this is what I found. This is my opinion. It's like, meanwhile, you know, they're a member of it, and they're looking to suck you into it. Okay. So now I'm going to read to you how they do it, which I think is interesting, which I now have more cherry Coke and also Gatorade. And they're both very cold, which I needed that. Okay. The scammer and the script writer. So where do they come up with all of these programs and the content for their program? Well, there are script writers from whom you purchase scripts. Many of these scams use the same format. They just change the name and a few items inside the script to make it look like it is a new program. And I will say there are companies that will help you create your own MLM. The Sheffield Group is one that I covered. I think the first year I started this type of content on my channel. And the law firm associated with it, I think the head person passed away last year or something. But I mean, like, it just is kind of like basically MLM in a box. And you can kind of like decide what all you're purchasing. So they're giving you the comp plan. They're giving you like everything of how to go about and do this. And there's more than one. Okay. So many scripts are just recycled over and over, but there are the occasional new scripts that will be used as a template for future scams. So you decide what type of program you want to offer. You find a script writer to write it for you, or that has a draft already done. He can change to meet your specifications, pay him for it, and you're good to go. Setting up the domain name and hosting of the website. Next, you have to set up your domain name and register your website so you can begin to offer your program to the public. Depending on how much money you are willing to pay, you can obtain a server and host that will make you completely anonymous so you cannot be traced. But what if you want to appear as though your program has been around for a long time, like 3 years or more, rather than just starting the program? Can this be done? Of course. And here's how they do it. What you do is purchase a domain name and park it for 3 years. You also sign up with the various payment processors all at the same time because you don't know which ones will still be around 3 years later. This gives you a low account number with each payment processor. Then when you are ready to start your program, you dust off your domain name, buy your script, and take your program live. Thus, when anyone does a search of your domain name, it will show that your domain name has been registered for 3 years, but in reality, you just started offering your program. You claim you have been in business for 3 years, but are just now making your program available to the public on the internet. and your domain registration supports this claim. It makes people believe you have longevity. Then you get people who are known to promote a program to join you. They will post extolling the virtues of your program and how long it has been operating. This is how you fool people into believing your storyline. You have been in business for 3 years. It makes people feel more secure in joining the program. Okay, now I have my script. I have my domain name, host, and my server. How do I get noticed on the financial forums when there are so many other programs already being promoted on them? Again, I mean, this is like outdated in terms of what we are seeing now in the world of MLM. I don't know if this is true for like the financial forums or anything, but I think you can kind of see how this can apply to MLMs, because you can get the MLM in a box, and you can, because I've talked about how there are, in the past, I've talked about how there's backroom deals that are being done. I think Robert and I even talked about it on one of my interviews with him, where people come to a new program with their ready-made downline. Either they have people that they know that's on their list, or the new company has people that they're just going to plug up underneath you immediately. So it looks like you're like this overnight sensation. And that's how they kind of like fake out people. It's like they never got there from their hard work, like what they will say, but they pretend as if that's what I'm just like you and this is how I did it. It's like, nay, 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 nay. Okay. List owners. There are networks of people who continually promote such programs. At a higher level, they include list owners who distribute information via email, their own private forums, blogs, etc. to their members. If you look, you will see they tend to come through the same groups. The people behind these scams know where to go to get their programs into the networks in order for them to get promoted widely, just as they know where to go for complete anonymous hosting, anonymous payment systems, and bank accounts. The online financial newsletter reporter. You do an interview with an online so-called reporter to help introduce your program and for them to bless your program with their recommendation. The interview is pre-scripted and all questions are softball ones, so your program is presented in the best possible light. No questions are allowed as to where you are licensed and registered to do business, and if you are in compliance with all regulatory agencies where you will be doing business, nor will you be asked your address, phone number, or any license or registration numbers. Of course, you pay them for this interview. And of course, most get a frontline position in your program. The list promoters will provide links to the interview to give the program the air of legitimacy and to hype interest in joining the program as it launches. You do the same thing with financial forums where you purchase advertising of your program. Of course, the reporter who conducted the interview always have glowing remarks about your program, and the obligatory, this one looks like it will be around a long time. The financial forums. So how do they get listed on the financial forums? Like the scriptwriter and the promoters, the owners of the financial forums are paid to promote the program. So, I mean, just move, words around in terms of the world of MLM. The owners sell advertising space on the forum, so when people come to the sites, they will see your ads and then check out your program. Now the Ponzi shill and the promoter have started posting how great your program is and all the usual glowing remarks that entices others to join. Next to join the chorus of how wonderful your program is and extolling the virtues of your program are the people in the downline of the promoter. Suddenly, the thread for your program is exploding with glowing comments and urging people not to miss the boat on this surefire winner and sign up now. With all these testimonials come the obligatory, I got paid. Paid instantly. They never have missed a payment. This is one of the better ones paying. Always paid on time as promised. You get the idea. Soon thousands have joined, and before long it is in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. This is how these scams get started and flourish for a time before they either collapse or are raided by the feds. Before, in the hype world, a program could last close to 18 months before folding, but not today. And this is 2010. Today, they are lucky to last 9 months, in spite of what I have just explained how they work. While you are doing this, you also contact several individuals who are known promoters of these scam investment programs. Usually, these are people who have large downline of people who follow them from program to program. You get as many of these promoters as you can, because the more people you have joining and posting about the greatness of your program, the faster your program will catch on and the money will be rolling in. The majority of the time, these promoters are given guarantees their investment will be returned with a stated percentage of profit. They will receive higher referral fees on everyone they get signed up in the program compared to regular referral fee for the members. Here's the secret. Almost all promoters are in and out of the program before the masses have joined, yet they make claims they are still being paid when they are no longer in the program. The only thing they are being paid is their referral fees. To the public, it appears they are invested, and thus they join. Ponzi shills. There are many different levels of insiders in the hype Ponzi business. One of the layers are the ones we call Ponzi shills, who don't get paid directly like the others, but instead are paid by being given early positions in the program, or are paid by being given higher referral commissions. They are the ones who also make the initial post about a program on the financial forums, so they can change hats to play whatever role they are paid to play. Their job is to pretend to be the average investor who joined the program just like everyone else, but praises the program and encourages others to join and not miss the boat on this surefire winner. They claim they have checked the program out and they found nothing wrong. The mods. Another layer of the players in the Ponzi business are the mods, short for moderator, of the private forum of the program. Their job is to answer all questions from the membership and help them resolve payment issues, deposit issues, back office issues, etc. But their main job is to maintain order and not let the members get out of line by asking tough questions and demanding answers no one is willing to give. They can become dictatorial in their role. They have been known to threaten people they will not get paid if they continue to cause trouble, or they will have their accounts closed and not receive their payments. They will ban people from the forum they think are troublemakers. These bans can last for a few hours to a day, a week, or longer. They are there to protect the admin owner of the program from all negative comments about the program or the admin on the private forum. They are who we also call the gatekeepers. The financial forums also have mods whose job is to keep the civility on the threads for each of the investment programs being discussed. They too can become dictatorial in their control of the forum. Many times they are in the unbiased and they can ban people, but put people on mod review, which means a post will not be posted on the forum until a mod has looked at it and determined it is okay to be posted. They can request it to be modified and then they will post it, or they do not let the post be made at all. Of course, they claim a person was banned for calling people names, using vulgarity, threatening people, all of which are legitimate reasons for having a person banned. The problem is, many times the only people being banned are those exposing the scam. The promoters and the shills can just say about anything about the naysayer or troll, the ones who challenge the program, and exposing it as a scam without being banned. One of the promoters and shills' weapons is to try to discredit a naysayer or troll. Remember when I said the mod may have a position in the scam? And here is where their bias comes into play. They can close a thread to a new post if they feel the program is under too much attack as a scam, and they want to protect it from further exposure. So they have a lot of power, and many times it does go to their head. I would not want to be a mod, whether they paid me or not. Not all mods are control freaks or rule with an iron hand. Can you guys think of anyone? There are some good mods who allow the discussions to occur as long as they remain civil and stay on topic. There are just too few and far between. The promoters. Their counterpart on the public forums are the promoters of the program. And I'm just going to say in like Facebook groups or, like in social media. And it's just easier to say like Facebook groups because that's where a lot of this does happen. Their job is a little harder as they do not have censorship powers like the mods on the private forum, but their job is the same, to protect the program and admin at all costs. They are to discredit anyone who dares challenge the program's integrity, legality, and exposing the program as a scam Ponzi. They need to keep people joining, and they do their best to deflect any criticism or the legality of the program. Wasn't somebody recently, kind of telling people not to go places and to unsubscribe and stuff? Sounds like a lot of control. They also are helping to keep the members believing in the program and not to listen to anyone exposing or challenging the program. They always point to all the people posting, "I've got paid," as the program being legitimate. This is their version of due diligence. What they also didn't tell you is that most of them are fake claims. They were paid, and for those who were, they were paid in advance to the post, "I've got paid." And for those who were, they were paid I'm sorry, I reread that. Yes, there are some who really did get paid, for if they didn't, the whole program would collapse. It is the latter stages of the program when these claims of "I got paid" become suspect to being faked. The promoters are also given special positions and special referral fees not given to the standard member. These promoters usually have a large downline of people that follow them from scam to scam because they are in early and out early, thus making money. The promoters are guaranteed a rate of return on investing that is higher than what is offered to the regular member. In essence, they get special treatment at every turn of the scam. Higher rates of return, higher referral fees, and of course, their investment is guaranteed. So they never lose money. That's why they go from scam to scam, as it is easy money for them. As mentioned, the promoter's role is to protect the program for as long as possible so they can make as much as possible before the program folds. They do this by trying to discredit the people who are challenging the program. These challengers are called trolls, naysayers, negative people, people who are jealous, people who are crusaders, do-gooders, and those are just the nice names. Their tactics vary from troll naysayer to troll naysayer. But here are a few examples, and these are all direct quotes from financial forums. What is your hidden agenda? What difference does it make if a person wants to participate in the program, for they do have freedom of choice, don't they? Who are you to tell them what they can and can't do? What's it to you? It's their money. We are all adults and we don't need babysitters. No one needs you to tell them what to do. And besides, who appointed you to tell them what they should do? You say this program is illegal, so where is your proof? It isn't. Obviously, the reason they likely do not want the likes of you to know the exact facts as to their real name and location should be clear to even you. They don't trust you to handle this info in an honest manner. Just because they stated something in their website does not necessarily make it a fact. Did it ever cross your tiny mind that in the financial arena they function in, they do not need to register with the SEC and do not have to reveal their licensing? You might want to consider that these so-called excuses are legitimate delays faced by all business ventures. As for the secret investment arrangements, there have been these around the world for decades, and many multi-billion-dollar consortiums have used these over and over. They are legal and are structured so that many of the normal rules of investment do not apply. When you come right down to it, no one is forced to invest their money. We did it all ourselves, hoping to make the big bucks. But the bottom line is we knew we were taking a risk. I am sick of processors making scapegoats out of honest people and honest admins. You can't call this a scam because only the courts can. What happened to a person is presumed to be innocent? You have already tried him and found him guilty. Only a court of law can do that. Once you get the authorities involved, even with legitimate programs, they can make havoc of the programs. And please don't come back with a bunch of response that if they are legit, they don't have to worry. That's a bunch of crap too. Personally, I'm hoping for Nick to return the tables on these jerks who take down honest programs. I noticed that they never touch the scam programs. Why is that? Oh, yes, that's because there's no money to be gotten from a scam program. Whew. Yep, Jelly Snack. You mentioned someone I was thinking of. Let me see what some of you guys were saying. Let me see where I stopped. Because you guys were saying some very interesting things. I'm so glad that you are discussing it. I'm not sure what this stop going there business is about. At least with our favorite one, we know that nobody is being paid except in iPhones and super chats. Naysayers Incorporated or bimbos. The losers, yeah, because we are called, bimbos and losers. Yeah. The leaders constantly withdrawing. It's so, okay, I really, really like this, what Jen said. It's so interesting that these tactics haven't changed at all in this time. They're still saying and doing the exact same shit, and it's still working. I know. I mean, that's what's so interesting, and that's why I wanted to read this stuff to you. It's it's so interesting to look at this. Even though this was written in 2010, you can see how it applies to current day. Even though it's the forms versus in social media and stuff, but it's the same shit. Queen says, if anything, they are learning from religious cults. Yeah, how to be more manipulative and cult-like. And, honestly, Queen, I would say that was from the beginning of all of this because religion was part of it. And when you go back and you look at all the motivational organizations involved, like in Amway and everything, let's see, as long as there are willing victims, why change something that's tried and tested? Yeah, that's the thing. It's as long as it's working, they're going to do it. Oh, wow. So there was praise for that. Wow. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's really, they're very protective of each other too. Who that can do no wrong. Yep, sure did. And, probably should have, hasn't. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Okay, where I left out there. Okay, I think these give you a good idea of who the promoters and mods do all they can to protect the admin and the program. Never mind, they are the ones who are required to provide proof the program is legal. You cannot prove a negative. They believe if they can discredit you, others will not pay attention to you. And one of the best ways to do this is to make people think you have a hidden agenda. How many times have I said, like what scam I use shilling, and it's like, I'm not. You are not willing to let people know about. It is called deflection from the real issues. Another tactic they use is to never answer any of your questions by either ignoring the questions or direct the attention to something that has no bearing on the questions asked. Wow, yeah. There's really someone who is really good at avoiding answering anything. The reason they do this is because they cannot answer the question, ding, 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 ding. And to do so would prove the program is a Ponzi. Well, Ponzi, pyramid, doesn't really matter, like, in terms of any of these opportunities, what it is. But like if they actually answered them truthfully, it would expose what they are. Scam Chan, I agree. They are almost as good at playing the smoke and mirror game as the scammer is making you believe his program is legal and going to make you rich. It is all smoke and mirrors. How many times have I said that? Smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors. So many. I'm sure, Beth, you have too. When the above tactics do not seem to be working, then we have the standard government conspiracy theory is trotted out one by one, or more of the promoters trying to convince people the scam is no different than the scam run by the government. The first claim is that Social Security is a Ponzi, so why aren't you going after it? Oh yeah, I've been told to go after different things that are the actual scams. When this fails, they up the ante and to another government entities are scams, and their argument goes something along these lines. Since you are so adamant about going after scams, when are you going after the SEC receiver scam artists who rake in millions protecting our interests? Are they cutting you in when your diligence is protecting us by reporting companies you have decided are scamming us pays off and they shut them down and steal everyone's money? You believe that receivers deserve millions while participants receive pennies on the dollar. You do not see that Social Security is a Ponzi, uses new money to pay out oldest members, and does not earn enough to do this without using the newest members' funds. You have never once participated in a program presented here other than to immediately report it once you see it. As is the case with mainstream investments, we get to see what we are wanted to see, regardless of how diligent our research is. The foreclosure fiasco and the Wall Street meltdown are indicative of this. Just because something has been legitimized by the U.S. crime machine doesn't mean it is ethical, moral, or legitimate in the ideal. It simply means that educated people in suits have created loopholes to make themselves appear as if they have the public's interest in mind as they pilfer our earnings. We are to demand accountability from the government agencies, but not the scammer who is stealing your money. Not once do they claim the scammer should be caught and go to prison or be required to give the money back. Also, in this hype world, you can have a scam inside a scam. Many times, the scammer behind the program will also invest in someone else's program. And of course, they get special and preferential treatment for doing so. Their investment is guaranteed with a stated percentage of interest. And I think of that like when Eric Worre became associated with Unique and stuff. And then, of course, people are going to go and invest in like whatever it is he's selling and buy his books and stuff. This allows the people behind these programs to make even more money off the unsuspecting public, as they don't know these deals are going on behind the scenes, just like the special shills, promoters, reporters, and owners of the forums were being paid without the public's knowledge. Well, up until now, you didn't. But this you could take to the bank, that on every financial forum where these illegal programs are listed and promoted, as Patrick Pretty of patrickpretty.com blog so aptly put it, there will be someone posting as follows, and I quote, "There will be a promoter or promoters rallying against the government, rallying against the posters who are trying to expose and educate the public about such scams. And the links that they promote, the promoter will go to sanitize the schemer and rationalize their behavior. There will be a promoter railing against the court-appointed receiver and falsely accusing the receiver's goal is greed. Never mind the scammer was the one who created the situation that caused the requirement for a court-appointed receiver in the first place. That the receiver will spend countless hours unraveling the reverse engineering the scam, and it is costly, time-consuming process. They will do their best to sanitize these scammer roles in causing the financial nightmare in the first place. By the time the masses have joined is when the program is about to implode or the feds are going to shut them down. There are only two ways a program ends. One, they are raided by the feds, or two, they disappear and have run with the money, the players. There are those who are not promoters, but we call the players. These are people who think all of this is a game, and therefore, if you don't know how to play the game, you should not invest. They see nothing wrong in taking advantage of those who are called newbies, first-time investors in these scams. For the newbies think they are real investments. The program will not collapse, and they will lose all their money. The players know the game is played by getting in early and getting out early. They only stay in long enough to recover their principal plus a little return, and then they are out of the program. Or if a program has a rollover aspect, they pull out their principal and play on the house's money, so to speak, from new members joining the program. Thus, they have not lost anything and are making money off their interest as long as the program pays. The only problem is that programs are never presented as a game, but instead as an investment opportunity. Now, if the admin would post on their program's website in bold letters, "This is a game," then the players may have a point, but they don't. They never say this is a game. They also say you should never invest more than you can afford to lose, which is true. But this is always mentioned after the program has collapsed, not before. No matter what type of investment you invest in, you should never invest money needed for your mortgage, car payment, utilities, groceries, and other living expenses. It should always be disposable income, meaning if you lose it, the loss will not affect your standard of living. The day the programs start putting "this is a game" on their websites, then I will agree it is just a game. Actually, I think this disclaimer should be put on every hype program's website, red, giant, all capital letters. Your cost to join this program constitutes the minimum contract, not including applicable taxes and license fees, fuel surcharges, telephone charges, leather goods, flippers and masks, vegetable oil, martial aids, anesthetics or tissue, must be 9 years of age or older to participate. Offer does not comply with laws of the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Belgium, Holland, Italy, Spain, India, China, Russian Federation, Singapore, Indonesia, Australia, New Zealand, Antarctica, Japan, Korea, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Ecuador, Venezuela, Bahamas, Mexico, Panama, Costa Rica, Belize, Somalia, or I'm not sure how to say this, Vanuatu, I don't know how to say it. I really don't know how to say it. No implication, promise of, or guarantee of wealth is included in this offer. For additional information, consult your astrologer. All sales are final. Okay, I really like that part of, consult your astrologer. Yes, I'm being facetious, but I think you get the message. Whether you are a mod, promoter, shill, or player, if you call them games, you are merely deluding yourself and trying to assuage your conscience by embracing a psychology that lets you off the hook for the pain you end up causing on both people you know and strangers alike. While you may claim you're embracing freedom of choice and only the rare few don't know hypes or games, you reveal yourself as a pusher of pain and suffering, just like a drug dealer does. The payment processors. But the most important player in all of this are payment processors. They offer their money exchange services for a fee. The scammer does not want a money trail following him, so instead of using bank wires or checks like investment firms, they use payment processors. The biggest payment processor, make sure I'm getting the right line, processors are located in Canada. While there are other payment processors, the Canadian payment processors are those of choice by many scammers, since the payment processors they use are outside the borders of the U.S. They are called offshore payment processors. The payment processors are the currency exchangers for these programs. They make it possible for people all over the world, regardless of the currency they use, to participate in these hype programs. They charge both parties, the program admin and the members, fees for their investment in the program and for their payments from the program. Without the payment processors, the whole industry would come crashing down. The offshore myth. The last ploy used by the people behind these scams and the promoters is the claim that having an offshore registration, meaning foreign country, exempts the investment from having to comply to be registered with the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, and not subject to federal law enforcement agencies. Along with this claim comes that we are operating online. Therefore, we are not subject to any laws and government regulations or law enforcement agencies. This is a myth. The truth is, if just one U.S. citizen is solicited and is an investor in any investment program, no matter where it is registered, the investment must be registered with the SEC and in every state where they are doing business. U.S. law enforcement agencies do have jurisdiction. Illustrating the fallacy of this myth, Nick Smirnoff, a Canadian citizen, was running an offshore program called Pathway to Prosperity, P2P for short, or as many of us call it, Pathway to Poverty. This program collapsed and charges were filed by the Canadian authorities and an arrest warrant was issued. Nick and his wife had fled to the Philippines prior to the Canadian charges being filed. So what does this have to do with P2P needing to be registered and licensed with the SEC? Nick was offering his program to U.S. citizens, as well as citizens from countries all around the world. He also claimed because he was offshore, he was not subject to the U.S. SEC rules and regulations, nor having to be registered in any U.S. state in which he was accepting investors, and was not subject to U.S. law enforcement agencies. Well, the U.S. filed charges against him, and they are seeking extradition from the Philippine government for his return to stand trial here in the U.S. Think of the OneCoin stuff. So much for not being subject to U.S. securities laws and subject to U.S. law enforcement agencies as claimed, a myth that has very clearly been exposed as a lie the last few months with the U.S. authorities extraditing individuals who were running scams against U.S. citizens from Jamaica, Argentina, France, Thailand, Colombia, and Panama, to name a few. We know that more will be extradited in the near future. The message is being sent. It makes no difference where you are or what country you are operating out of. If you accept U.S. citizens as investors in your program, you are not exempt from the SEC rules and regulations. The U.S. authorities will come and get you to stand trial for your crimes. Then it is my observations from researching and studying these scams over the past 7 years. And this again was published in 2010. Need a sip. Isn't Violet? I'm glad you like that consultant or astrologer. That cracked me up. Right, there is no magical method to wealth. Right, Scam Chan? There you go. Okay. So this is very important because this is what all MLMs do. And this is what all these opportunities that are saying you're going to make money, be it $10, $30, $2 million, whatever the number is, or if they just tell you, you know, enough to, like, if they make lifestyle claims or they give any kind of illusion of pointing to, even if they use other terms for money, you can read between the lines and know what it is. It boils down to this, in my opinion, this one thing, which is the first on his list. Sell people hope. People live on hope, and their hopes and dreams must be fed through spin and lies. In any situation, if possible, accentuate the positive. Does that sound familiar? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Telex-free stuff. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Make excuses as long as you can. Try to have your excuses based on at least one truthful fact, even if the fact is unrelated to your actions and arrangement or argument. When you cannot dispute the underlying facts, accept them as true, but rationalize your actions. You are allowed to make mistakes as long as you have no wrongful intent. Being stupid is not a crime. Always say in words that you take responsibility, but try to indirectly shift the blame on other people and factors. You need to portray yourself as a stand-up guy or gal. When you cannot defend your actions or arguments, attack the messenger to detract attention from your questionable actions. Always show your kindness by doing people favors. You will require the gratitude of such people to come to your aid and defend you. Build up your stature, integrity, and credibility by publicizing the good deeds you have done in areas unrelated to the subject of scrutiny. Build a strong base of support. Try to have surrogates and the beneficiaries of your largest stand up for you and defend you. If you can, appear to take the high road and have your surrogates do the dirty work for you. After all, you cannot control the actions of your zealots. Blame others inside your organization by claiming they were doing things they were not authorized to do or operated outside of their authority you had given them to act. Claim your organization has been given a clean bill of health by the governing authorities. Claim your statements have been taken out of context or twisted by critics not wanting the organization to succeed. Blame your problems on jealous competitors, banks or financial institutions, or overzealous government agencies trying to keep the little guy down. When you can no longer spin, shut up. For example, offer no guidance to investors or resign for personal reasons. Your surrogates and so-called friends can still speak on your behalf and defend you. If you are under investigation, always say you will cooperate. However, Use all means necessary, legal or otherwise, to stifle the investigators. Remember that people live on hope, and their inclination is to believe you. When called to testify under oath, if you do not exercise your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, have selective memory about your questionable actions. It is harder to be charged with perjury if you cannot remember what you have done rather than testify and lie about it. However, before you testify, have other friendly witnesses testify before you to defend you. You need to lock in their stories first before they change their minds, so your testimony does not conflict with their testimony and your story will appear to be more truthful. Try not to have your actions at least appear to rise to the level of criminal conduct or a litigible action. Being stupid or being unethical is not always a crime or torturous action. One last rule: to be a most effective spinner, always keep your friends close and your enemies closer. The kindness you show your enemies will reduce their propensity to be skeptical of you. Now, here is how they set it all up. And what most don't know is many times they are running multiple scams at the same time. They just use different names for the admin, but they are one and the same person. So if you are invested in more than one internet hype investment program, the odds are you are probably being scammed by the same scammer and you don't even know it. They obtain fake documents. For $200, they can get documents that look as good as the real ones, if not better. They rent an apartment, usually in a beachside community with a fast internet service and a nice view. They open a bank account with their fake documents and obtain a debit card. They then open accounts with several payment processors using some of the money from the bank account referenced above. They make up a name for the company, no real registration required of any kind. They set up their domain registration and email accounts with companies that will protect them from being found when doing a search, keeping them totally anonymous. They can withdraw large sums of money through purchasing hundreds of special cards, which they give to their family and friends, allowing them to withdraw money from any ATM anywhere on a daily basis that does not have an $800 withdrawal limit per day. And of course, the payment processors who will send $200,000 to $300,000 every 3 days to their bank account under their fake name. To make sure the money exchangers will work with them, they offer double their normal fee for allowing their privacy to be protected. Many of the scams are planned up to 3 years in advance before launching to give the air of longevity. They have bought their script, obtained the host for their website, and they open for business. It is safer than robbing a bank. The average bank robber only gets away with a couple of $1,000s, but an internet scammer gets away with tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, and no gun is required. If you are a promoter of these scams, or if you are one of the people who go from scam to scam claiming you are just playing the game because you know to get in early and get out fast, you can be charged with a misprision of a felony. What is misprision of a felony? Here is how misprision of a felony reads under Section 4 of the U.S. Code. Whoever, having knowledge of the actual commission of a felony cognizable by a court of the United States, conceals and does not as soon as possible make known the same to some judge or other person in civil or military authority under the United States, shall be fined under the title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. Yeah, hypercloned so fast they won't go away. Yeah, it's really scary. But I mean, I do see how this also, parts of it do fit with MLM. How do people fall for these scams? The people who run these scams, as I've said before, are sociopaths, in my opinion, and with a dose of narcissism thrown in for good measure, as are all the promoters of these scams. They do it with the typical sales tactics we are all familiar with. They're enthusiastic about their program. They have testimonials from people who are just like you, praising the honesty of the admin and how great the program is. And you will not go wrong in joining. They are there to answer any of your questions, and they make themselves available to all times. They tell you about their background growing up, how they just want to help the average person get ahead in life. All the things designed to lower your guard and make you feel like you have known this person all your life. They make you comfortable with them and your decision to join their program, when in fact you have no clue who they really are and know nothing about them. They convince you they have designed a new program that guarantees your principal, but is different than the typical investment program. In fact, they are the only ones who know how it works. A broker, CPA accountant, financial planner is only trained in traditional products and therefore does not understand how their program works. So their advice cannot be relied upon when checking out this program. They do the same thing with saying bankers do not want to admit these programs exist because they do not want the masses to know about them. They convince you they are the only ones who know the truth, and they are the only ones who you can rely on. If it doesn't come from them, it is not the truth. They also tell you not to pay attention to anyone who disagrees with or challenges the program as being legitimate. They are negative people, jealous, don't understand the program, troublemakers. You get the drift. These are people you don't want to be around or pay attention to because they will drag you down. They don't want you getting ahead in life, but refuse to take the risk to get ahead themselves. This is ingrained into your psyche as part of your participation in their program. Their private forum becomes your social network, and without realizing it, you have become part of a cult-like behavior group. And I'm going to say it's not cult-like, it is cult. It is commercial cult. You will not accept anyone who is not part of the program or what they have to say. Now, when I point out on the financial forums, people who join these programs are in a cult-like group, they go ballistic. Oh, that sounds ever so familiar. No one wants to claim or admit to being part of a cult, as they profess vigorously they are not in a cult. I did not say they were in a cult, but they are in a cult-like group. Well, I'm saying these things are a commercial cult. These opportunities in my book, they tick the bite model. You look at undue influence, the influence continuum goes right to the undue influence. Their private forum becomes your social network, and without realizing it, you have become part of a cult-like behavior group. No, you have become part of a cult. You will not accept anyone who is not in part of the program or what they have to say. Now, I point out on the financial forums, people who join these programs are in cult-like groups. They go, okay, I've already read that. I'm sorry if I reread something, but you know, it happens. No one wants to claim or admit that being in a cult, and they profess vigorously they are not in a cult. I did not say they were in a cult, but they are in a cult-like group. In a cult, the only one who knows the truth is the leader. All outside contact is prohibited. Doesn't that sound like the bite model? Behavior control, information control. Anyone who challenges the group is not enlightened and does not know the truth. You are not allowed to challenge the leader. I think I heard recently how somebody was saying how the name of a weekly show was actually horrible, but they dare not tell the leader that. Most of these elements are exactly what happens inside the membership of these scams. Only the admin knows how the program works. Anyone who challenges the admin or the program is not to be believed. Dissent is not allowed. Brian Marsden of Pips fame made an around-the-world tour where he made presentations in many major cities. At these meetings, no dissent was allowed of the program or of him. He could look you in the eye and tell you the biggest lie, and people believed him. What was even more bizarre is the further he went into the tour, the bigger the lies became and the easier it was for members to believe it. But by the time he did his Hawaii meeting, Pips had only made selective payments to very few people, but had not paid the majority of its members for 5 months. Despite all of this, he announced Pips was forming, you ready for this? Its own bank. And the crowd went wild. You see, it was all the bank's fault. He was unable to pay people what they were owed. So this was to solve this problem. It was all a lie. Remember, sociopaths can look you in the eye, lie, and make you believe it is the truth because they believe what they say was not a lie. Andy Bowdoin of ASD fame also held rallies in major U.S. cities to which thousands attended. After attending one, you felt as if you had just come from an old-fashioned tent revival meeting of the 50s to 60s. You know, I should look up some of these guys. I wonder if there's any videos on them. That'd be interesting to see. Just like Brian Marsden, as each rally was held, the lies increased and the members bought in. In fact, he claimed he was going to make 100,000 millionaires through ASD, and the crowd went wild with cheers. The bigger the lie, the easier it was to sell it. Andy met with people at each of these events, looked them in the eye, and lied to every one of them, and they believed him. Nothing is ever the admin's fault. It is always outside forces that are working against him. Whether it is the banks, naysayers, payment processors, hackers, DDoS attacks, and yes, even the members themselves are the problem, not the admin. To keep control of the private forum, if anyone starts asking any difficult questions or challenges the admin, immediately the member is told to stop it or they will be removed from being paid. Now stop and think about this for just a moment. It is your money that you invested in this program, but if you dare ask any questions or challenge what is being done, you run the risk of not receiving your payment. What do you think you would do if your banker said to you, I don't like your questions about your CD, and if you don't stop, you won't get paid? The problem is with the investment program, the members on the private forum stopped asking questions for fear of not being paid. Intimidation works well for the admin, and they know it. People have been so ingrained with the storyline of the admin that even when the admin was arrested, the members believed the program was not a scam and the authorities just got it wrong. No one likes to admit they were scammed. You just don't want to believe it, and sadly, many don't accept it for a long time. To prove my point, after the asset seizure by the Secret Service, the members of ASD were writing letters to congressmen, senators, the inspector general, the president, and others, all complaining the government had overstepped their bounds by seizing ASD's assets. Wasn't there some kind of like GoFundMe account that went around and was, I think there was something like that going around fairly recently. Do you guys remember that? Oh, Scam Chan, I want to hear about more in terms of Pay Diamond. They had a right to free commerce with whomever they wanted. They wanted the attorney for the government fired as he did not understand the business model of ASD. The government acted illegally in seizing ASD assets. They wrote letters of support to Andy, sent him cakes, cookies, brownies. I'll give you my address if you will send me brownies, especially if laced with chocolate chips and chocolate icing. Cards all praising him. They considered a march on Washington and many other things trying to defend Andy and ASD. Haven't there been those I stand with, insert leader's name, we stand with, insert leader's name, totally refusing to believe they were part of an illegal Ponzi program and anyone exposing ASD as a Ponzi. DDoS attacks always happen at the right time. Well, that's really good to know. Andy Bowdoin, I'm not sure how I say his last name. So anyway, I'll just say Andy B, has challenged the asset seizure in court. When the asset seizure was made, Andy had his attorney file an emergency evidentiary hearing. Andy had told the faithful that all he needed to do was to explain the ASD business model in court and the government would drop the asset seizure. This is sounding very familiar. The government did not contest the evidentiary hearing. Now remember, Andy demanded this hearing so he could explain the ASD business model. When the hearing was held, Andy notified the court he would not testify because no one can stop it other than God, right? But would take the fifth if called to do so. When those of us who were exposing ASD as a Ponzi referenced Andy's failure to testify after claiming he couldn't wait to explain how the ASD business model was not a Ponzi, one of his supporters said, and I quote, Andy was too honest to testify. No, I did not make that up. Here, Andy got caught in a major lie, and as the faithful were trained, refused to believe and gave an excuse for his lie. Now you have seen the who, what, how, and where, who all the players are, what each role each one has to play, how they make the program appear to have been around longer than it really has, who gets paid and how behind the scenes, where the content of the programs comes from, how they keep themselves anonymous as much as possible, how the game is stacked against the unknowing public, and how people fall for these scams. You now realize how millions of dollars are stolen daily. Now you should never become a victim of a scam. One other element about these scams is this. Because of the large amount of money that moves through these scams, you never know where the return of your investment is coming from. For all you know, it could be from laundering drug money. It is possible that organizations join these scams to clean dirty money, use their returns to fund terrorism, child trafficking, pornography, if I can talk here, the sex trade, or any other illegal business. The truth is, it could be for all of them. The people running these scams do not care where the money is coming from as long as it is coming. They do not check to see who the member is or who the source of his fund or the source of his funds. They leave that to the payment processor. And many times they are not as diligent as they should be when they process the payments being made to them from the members joining the program. What you must remember is that at best, 15% make money from these scams, which means 85% lose their money. In the world of any MLM, it's 99% are losing and about 1% actually earn anything. Sometimes it is as little as 5%, according to this author, but he's talking about he's not talking about MLM, he's talking about hype, but there are parallels within this in terms of how they operate, which I hope you guys have been seeing the parallels within this. Just because someone makes a post on a financial forum or a post in a group saying, I got paid, does not mean they really did get paid, and it does not due diligence. Many times the I got paid statements are just that, statements. The only type of scam that people do not get paid are those involving a future event happening, GPP, before payments will be made. The only problem is the future event never happens and no one gets paid. Everyone loses their money. Warning signs that your program is about to close. I don't think I've read this to you guys. If you happen to be in an internet investment scam, here are some early warning signs your program is about to close. Payments that were always on time are suddenly a day or two late. They make up an excuse as to why payments cannot be made immediately. They blame the payment processors for the delay in payments. They start making selected payments. The promoters suddenly disappear from the financial forums. They change the plan by announcing they are increasing the minimum investment or decreasing the rate of return. They blame the members for taking advantage of the referral system, and they have to close the referral program and do an audit. You cannot access the website for an extended period of time with no explanation. They claim they were under DDoS attack when there was no problem before. They say the database was hacked. They need to transfer the database to a new server, and there are script problems creating delays in paying. Suddenly, all payments stop, and all withdrawal requests are not honored with no warning or explanation. They announce they need to take the program private and announce a future date when this will happen. They claim there have been delays in wiring funds from their bank account to the payment processors to make payments that are beyond their control. They announce they are working diligently to resolve all these issues, but cannot give a timeline when they will be resolved. And the admin stops posting on the private forum and stops all personal communication. These events usually happen in a sequence, but can happen in clusters. The bottom line is they all indicate the program is running out of money to keep the scam going. Well, at least what they want to pay to the members. They have the money. They just don't want to pay it back to you. If any of these events starts happening, get out as fast as you can, because it is going to collapse under the Fed's raid, unless the Feds raid it first. That in all of this, there is a dark side that no one wants to talk about, nor will. You will see it mentioned on any of the financial, nor will you see it mentioned on any of the financial forums or discussed in any of the interviews conducted by the online financial news reporters. Next, the dark side of investment scams, the real result of being caught up in these scams. And do you guys want to hear some of these? The dark side of investment scams. Would you guys like to hear this? Yeah, Hershey, isn't it? It is sounding very, very familiar. Traffic monsoon victims were doing the same thing when the admin was in jail. Yeah. I mean, like I said, this is not MLM per se, but there is very much, there's a thread of similarities within it in terms of behavior, of operations, the players and stuff. Hi, MD, how are you doing? Okay. Now we're at the dark side of investment scams. The dark side of investment scams. The one subject rarely discussed on any of the financial forums, and I'm just going to say just discussed in general. I know that he's doing it for financial forums, but I think this really applies more widely, is what happens to the people who lose all their money, life savings, retirement income, college fund, 401k funds, borrowed money, loans, or charge their investment to their credit cards in these scams. This is the dark side of investment scams, and it is ugly. These scams are portrayed as harmless and cause no serious consequences if they fail, just like MLMs. They don't talk about it because it helps them assuage their conscience. They have done nothing wrong. Nothing could be further from the truth. Here are a few examples of what I'm talking about, and I quote. So this is from some victims. Don't withdraw, just reinvest. Thank you, Scam Champ, for that. I was shown how to use apparent scams and make money before they go down. And since I do not refer anyone to the program, I hurt no one. If I was wrong in what I was accomplishing, I might consider that. But since I made huge sums myself and have helped others to do the same, that is one that always kills me. It's like, well, I've made money and I know others who have too. So, hey, it's cool. It's not. It's not. We are all adults and know how the game is played. Each person is responsible for their own actions, not me. If they invested more than they should have, it's their own fault. People should not play the game if they don't know the consequences, and it's not our job to babysit them. I was able to make money, but was fooled like everyone else. Just because I made money, it is not my fault others didn't. Don't play if you don't know the rules of the game. Why should I feel guilty about someone else's mistakes? I didn't force them to join. They did it out of their own free will. It is called freedom of choice. We all have. I received phone calls weekly from people who have become victims of these scams. And I know Beth and I have heard from people who have been in various scams. And I know in Robert's Ponzinomics books, I believe he does have some victim stories in there as well. I've interviewed victims as well myself. And I know Roberta, her podcast is dedicated to telling victim stories. Okay. Yes, they should not have invested their life savings, borrowed money, taken out a second mortgage on their house, or invested their 401k or IRA money. But the facts are they did. Not only were they seeking advice on what they should do next, but they needed to tell their story to someone who would not judge them to help reduce their guilt and stress. Here are just a few of the horror stories I have been told. These stories are more detailed and complex than presented, but are summarized for brevity and privacy. All have requested to remain anonymous, but the stories are true. Story 1, and this one refers to an MLM program. A very dear friend of mine joined an MLM program that was involved in providing an energy savings product, or so they claimed. Prior to joining, he spoke with the program's legal counsel as well as others in the program, asking a lot of questions. After speaking with everyone, he was convinced the program was legal primarily from the information of the legal counsel professing they were a legitimate company. He jumped in with both feet. He only wanted to provide a little extra income for his family on a monthly basis so they would not be so tight financially. Believing it was legal, he recruited others to join the program to follow his example. It was not until he was promoted to regional manager and had people from 3 states under him. It was not long until he was promoted to regional manager and had people from 3 states under him. Sorry about that. Things were good, and he was making much needed extra income. This income grew to about a couple of $1,000s total. All was well with the world. He thought bigger and better things were to come, and his income would grow with it. Then the bottom fell out. The company folded and he was arrested on a federal felony warrant for his participation in this scam. He willingly assisted the U.S. attorney with their case by providing all his correspondence and emails and testifying against the principals, aiding in their conviction. Having done all that, the U.S. attorney still wanted him to serve federal prison time for his role. Fortunately, he was able to reach a plea deal, was sentenced to house arrest, which required him to wear an ankle monitoring bracelet and then be placed on a parole at the end of his house arrest. He lost his professional licenses and will have a federal felony conviction on his record for life. Think it can't happen to you? Think again. I received a phone call from a person who had just found out that the company he had invested, he and his wife's life savings, had gone bust, losing it all. He wanted to know what, if anything, could be done to try and get any of it back. This loss was placing his marriage on the brink of divorce, and they were hanging on financially by a thread. His wife was making him out to be as bad as the person that scammed them. He didn't know if they would ever recover from the loss emotionally, financially, and relationally. It was also affecting his and his wife's health. He felt all trust was gone and she would never trust him again. By the way, this was an educated and professional man. Think it can happen to you? Think again. Story 3. A call was received from a woman whose husband had just committed self-harm from losing all their life savings to a scam artist. She didn't know what to do, who to turn to help. She had no money. She was about to lose their home of 25 years as she could not afford to pay the mortgage. To compound the problem, since he committed self-harm, she would not receive the double indemnity clause for accidental passings, as self-harm is not an accident. The amount of life insurance she will receive will barely cover the expenses for his funeral and possibly estate taxes owed. Hopefully, this will never happen to you or a loved one. Story 4. I was contacted by a man who said he was a victim of a scam, and not only did his wife divorce him, but those who we referred into the scam were all suing him civilly to recover their losses. He had to sell everything he owned for the divorce settlement, and now he didn't know how he would be able to pay back all those he referred into the program if he lost the civil cases. If you think this can't happen to you, think again. Story 5. Another person posted on one of the financial forums that he suffered from chronic back pain. Oh, gee, I didn't know that one. And had lost the sight in one eye and intermittent problems in his good eye. His wife had suffered from depression and through expensive treatments was showing some progress when the investment program they were in stopped paying. All the progress she had made prior to this happening was immediately lost, and her depression worsened. Even with his back pain, he has to lift her in and out of bed, chairs, and the bathroom facilities. He joined the program because of a personal friend whom he trusted had invested. Everyone he knew had put in considerable amounts of money in the program just prior to it folding. Because of this, he now watches his wife deteriorate each and every day. They had to close her personal business due to her deep depression, and it added even more of a toll on her health as well as his. Since they can no longer afford the medical treatment, it is unclear what her health status will be in the next few months, provided she continues to deteriorate daily. Story 6. Received contact from the individual who said things like others that were caught up in a scam, that he now has been ostracized by his family, cut off from the family inheritance, and struggling to keep his marriage from falling apart. His grown children have also distanced themselves from him and have told him he is not welcomed in their homes. Not only did he lose communication with his children, but cannot see his grandchildren, all because of a poor investment decision. While he is still young enough to recoup most of what he lost, he is not sure, with all the economic uncertainty today, if he will even have a job to do so. Fearing a heart attack, his doctor is treating him for high blood pressure, hypertension, stress, and depression. His wife is receiving treatment for depression, and they are receiving marriage counseling in hope of saving their marriage. He doesn't know what he will do if they cannot. Don't let this happen to you. Story 7. I received a call from a man who has a professional license. He had to tell his ailing elderly grandmother and parents that he had lost their life savings in a scam. While he said it would cause him and his wife financial difficulty, he would be able to cover their losses over time. His biggest fear was what it might do to them when he told them. He was afraid the news would kill his ailing grandmother. It could possibly cause his father to have a heart attack and his mother to go into deep depression. He could not believe that he could fall for a scam like he did. It seemed so real and no risk at all. Think it can happen to you? Think again. Story 8. We received word a money manager from a prestigious family had lost over 80% of the family's fortune. He was so despondent over this loss, he self-harmed himself. This in turn caused his immediate family to lose everything they owned. They had to move back with other family members to survive. What little they had left barely sustains them after all the costs incurred with his self-harm, burial, and estate taxes. Story 9. There was a young widow whose husband was killed in a car accident. While she had wisely sought to counsel a financial planner and had made some prudent investments, a dear family friend told her about this incredible investment program he had joined and how much money he was making for the past 6 months. Since she trusted him and had seen his bank deposits of the money he had received from this program, she jumped in with $50,000 of her own. Within days of her funds being deposited into this program, the program collapsed. The admin had closed the program and run with the money she had planned to use on her children's college education fund. Sadly, she was not alone. A few others mentioned on the investment forum that they had lost far more than $50,000, and some admitted depositing $100,000 to $250,000 just days before this collapsed, losing it all. By now, I hope you've gotten the picture. It is far more than money that is lost in these scams. These stories represent hundreds of the same stories that happen every day because of people becoming victims of scams. The human and emotional toll is far greater than the financial toll these scams cause. Every day, countless stories are told about people losing their house because they lost it all to a scam, or they are losing their house and car, and as seen, some can't handle it and self-harm. The truly sad part is the persons running these scams have no conscience of the pain, suffering, and misery they cause. They're almost always a sociopath, as are the people who willingly promote these scams. This has been proven by those who claim they will free fund all those who were in their program who were not in profit. And after getting everyone's hopes up, it will happen. Just walk away with absolutely no guilt. Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. Next, what the scammer is asking you to believe. Okay, this is very short. And this is what the scammer is asking you to believe. Hershey says it sounded very familiar. Cough, cough, KYC. Yeah. The old increased fees to withdraw or selective days to withdraw. Yeah. Like everyone knows someone that made millions. Yeah. That's the thing. They know someone, or they report that they have, or they report, oh, this application is working just fine for them. I don't believe that either. When I hear people saying that, they say these things to hype up whatever it is they joined. What the scammer is asking you to believe. Get a sip over here. Okay. I know I haven't read all of this book to you, but in the past chapters, I've explained and illustrated most of the most common scams being run today, and this is 2010 again, on the internet, how you can protect yourself by heeding our red flag warnings, and how to do basic due diligence, explained who the players are, how they do it, the human toll that these scams cause. And now it is time to shine the light on what a scammer is asking you to believe for you to join one of these scams. You see, they prey on the fact you will not do any due diligence, or you will seek outside advice. They want you caught up in the momentum, in the ether. From the euphoria that is generated in all the financial forums or within webinars. And that could be like, things that when the opportunity is presented, it could be on other types of, video presentations. But, it's just basically those presentations, those offering type things. Let's see. They want you caught up in the moment from all the euphoria that is generated in all the, I'm just going to say, on social media, because that's what I'm seeing it in today. Oh, you're watching on Twitter? Thanks. I'm glad you're watching it on Twitter. They want you caught up in the momentum from all the euphoria. I'm sorry, I'm reading it like 1,000 times here. That is generated in all the social media, how this is your chance at the brass ring and you will become rich with their program. That is the thumbnail version, but here is what they are really asking you to believe and do. Story 1. A self-touted financial investor has developed a program that will enable you to invest very little money but receive incredible returns. Not only is he able to do this for himself, he is now willing to do it for you too. You are just lucky you have discovered his program. Oh, wow. It's making me think of Mark Lalonde and his branding university. His program, and to be one of the many who are making a fortune using his program, makes me think of Ray Higdon and his, what is that dang thing that I joined for a lifetime? Rank Makers. Because I see those coaches out there, they're part of that problem too. You are just lucky you discovered his program and may be one of the many who are making a fortune using his program. Story 2, a multimillionaire on the internet is going to allow you, an anonymous web surfer, to share in his program and become rich too. And in both scenarios, they cannot share with you on how they do it or provide you any audited financial statements proving they can. Story 3. An individual claims he has discovered a way in which he can consistently earn 20 to 40% interest on a monthly basis. Rather than keep all this wealth to himself, he is allowing anyone who finds his website to do the same. Never mind that you are a total unknown entity to him. As long as you are living and breathing, you qualify for this investment. No silly qualified investor questionnaires are needed. No pre-screening of any kind. As long as you have $25 to invest, hey, you qualify. Oh, and your principal is guaranteed. Not only is the person from either story above going to do all this investing for you, he is going to monitor his own farm, handle all the customer services issues and all the bookkeeping required, and maintain the membership database. In short, he is Superman, the grand multitasker of all time, and the shadow all rolled into one. Like they have like everything, every possible thing that you could need, all rolled into one. Never done before. I think I may have just dated myself, but I have only heard about the shadow. Have you guys heard about the shadow? I think that was like a show, like but in the 40s. Because I've heard of the shadow, like the shadow knows. Don't know really what it's about. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Think about this when you invest online, or I'll say in social media, when you are prompted to invest in something through social media. You are really sending your money to a total stranger whom you have no clue who they really are. You're sending money through a payment processor that charges excessive fees to handle your money. You have absolutely no control over your money once it has been sent. They have no address or phone number for their company for you to contact them. They use free email accounts for communication, and many times they are running more than one scam at a time and don't even know it, and you don't even know it. They also do not reveal their real names, and when they do provide a bio, it is fake. They do not show any proof they are licensed and registered anywhere. They either claim they are, or they claim because they are offshore and on the internet, they are not required to be licensed and registered. You never receive any audited financial statements nor confirmation of your investment trading. You do not receive a monthly or quarterly statement showing the activity in your account and all the trades made. They make outrageous earnings on investment return claims with no documentation to support it. Remember when I said early on in the book, these scammers play on desperation? Well, here's another way they do it. You receive a call or an email from a friend or family member who tells you about this great investment opportunity that they are participating in. They are getting paid just like clockwork and receiving 15% monthly on their investment. They don't want you to miss the boat, and you should join. They join because someone else has been in the program for over a year, and they have never had a payment missed. Then they tell you you cannot lose, and this is a no-brainer. By the way, when you do join, you can get others to sign up under you, and the program will pay you a referral fee for getting others to join. A total win-win situation for everyone, or so it seems. They either show you their results or they tell you how much they have made on the investment since joining. You don't want to be on the sidelines of such a great deal. And besides, you need extra income to cover the losses from your 401k or IRA investments. Then they tell you the famous "your principal is guaranteed" line, and of course, it is prominently displayed on the program's website. You really need this extra income since your other investments are not doing that well, and you are not sure how those things will turn out at work since the company is also experiencing hard times. So, fear of not getting in and missing out, especially if a family member is invested, we can't have a family member getting ahead of us financially, takes over common sense, and you can't join fast enough and sending as much money as you can. If you have not learned anything else up until now, I hope you learned this. Before you jump into any program, do the math. Ask a lot of questions. Do not invest in anything you do not understand or know how it works. Seek outside expert advice, and I've got paid is not due diligence. Next, how I stop all that spam in my inbox, which we're not going to get into that. But I hope some of you guys, or all of you guys here who are in the chat, have seen how this resonates with the world of offering opportunities to earn money under the guise of whatever is being offered, be it MLM or things that are claiming not that they're not MLM, but could be considered MLM by others. And we've been on here, went for 4 hours. It's been a long time since I've done that, but I think it was very important to read through these parts of it. And I do recommend, and I will give you the link again. It is in the description as well. This is just to my little area on, now if I can just get the dang thing, my little corner of my Amazon shop where I have books that I have bought, all kinds of books. Instructional design, in case you want to know that, which I don't have all of the ones that I have bought there. But I do have, I have the stuff on makers objectives, and I do have like the best job aid book, even though it is dated, but Alison Rossett is the person who is like known as the expert in that. So if you want to get the books, I suggest you do. And I mean, I will earn a little tiny bit of commission. I've never gotten paid from any of my Amazon stuff, but I'm putting it out there if you guys want to get either of these books and read them yourselves. I do highly recommend them. And I pick up both of these books from time to time and read them. And there are other books that I have that I will be happy to, read some more of them to you. I think reading through Lifton's, and Lifton is a cult expert that I believe Stephen Hassan studied under, and also Margaret, what is her last name? It is escaping me right now, but she also studied, cults as well. Anyway, I am going to get down on the go-go and rest my voice. I hope you did enjoy this. I appreciate everyone who participated in the chat. I appreciate the lurkers. Anybody who was in the catch-up crew, whoop, whoop to you, and a whoop, whoop for the replay crew too. Thank you to my channel members and to my patrons as well. I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate my subscribers, just anybody stopping by. I greatly appreciate it, and I really hope this helped you with understanding how some of these things work. And again, I do recommend these books so that you can read them on your own, take your own time doing it. And if you ever want to discuss any part of this, if you want me to, because I think there are other parts of Ponzinomics. I've already read parts of it, but there are other parts that I think are also crucial to go over and to talk about, because I really think Robert has nailed so much here. And I also have another book of his, which I can't recall the name of it, is in my little world of books from the link I just gave you. That is there. And there's also some books from John Atack as well. Anyway, have a great rest of your day, and don't forget you're beautiful and I love you. Until next time, have a great one, everyone. Bye now.